Uh, Good evening, everyone, live and on Zoom. This is the Historic District Commission meeting of July 21st. It's just after 4 o'clock. And so that you all are aware, I'm obviously present, Ray Pohl. Angus McLeod is here in the room with us. Val Oliver is here with us. Stephen Welch, I believe, is on Zoom, correct?
Here.
Thank you, Stephen. We are missing, for certain tonight, we're missing Abby Camp, Joe Paul, and Carrie Thornwell. Connie Patton is also with us in the room. So everyone's present except for Stephen, who is on Zoom, so we're going to move about business in that manner. Excuse me, all comments and questions should go through the chair. Anyone on Zoom should request to be heard, and I will make sure that you're heard. And everyone, please be civil. Thank you all very much. We have one modification to the agenda before we move to approve the agenda, and that is this. Number 5, on consent with conditions, 5 Blewett Court is going to be pulled off and placed on, let's put it right at the beginning of new business of 7-7. In other words, right after our preservation planner and right after the Superior Court thing. Okay, so there's that. That's the only modification that I know of to the agenda. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve the amended agenda.
Very good, thank you. That was from Val. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Just occurred to me, we have 5 people, right? Yeah, it's perfect. Okay. So we kind of know who the board is. I don't need to juggle things. All right. Now I want to make, so I know that some of you in the room are here to talk about the remand that is listed at second on the list. Because this was not noticed, we decided that we're going to get information from the town council, who I believe is on Zoom. We're going to get that, but we're not going to do public comment, nor are we going to deliberate on this particular issue right now. We're going to get the information from them, and then I believe it's on for the next new business agenda of August 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're all welcome to sit, but I won't be taking questions at this time. No, I understand. You guys are here for that, right? Okay, so you get it. We're going to hear from town council, and that's that. Then we're going to move on. Okay, so any commissioner comments before we dive into this? Okay, that's all well and good. Thank you. Oh, sorry, we have the meeting schedule. You all have a copy of it. Does anyone have any questions? If not, we can move that one through. Anything to note?
Nope.
Everybody happy?
Motion to approve the schedule.
Very good. On that, your motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay. Consents. Angus, it would be very helpful because I've got a number of them on here. If you could share. And let's see, Val, you're off.
Yeah.
We may need to juggle, but I think unless it's just, is it just me and Val that need to recuse right now?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It is, okay. And
Okay.
Angus, if you're comfortable with 3 people, you do have 3 people. If not,
Yes.
we could do some juggling.
I'll take a motion to approve the consents
So moved.
on your motion.
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. We go on to consents with conditions. Are you able to take that over?
should sit off of that too. I got
okay.
two.
All right. So, a motion for consent with conditions.
I'll make that motion.
You're on, Val.
And just
Great.
to clarify, number 5 is no longer on that list, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. That's my motion.
On your motion,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well. We'll move back over to Ray and
Okay.
Holly.
Yes, Holly, no, for the board, any questions for Holly before we start in?
Think so.
I'm just curious, how long are you here?
I'm here for a while.
Okay.
And I did want to just mention to the board, as far as a CLG component, we're gonna have some draft forms be submitted to the Historical Commission here soon. And I just wanted to let the HDC know that we have some architectural surveys coming forth shortly, which will help the HDC in your reviews. And I also did want to bring something that was brought to my attention as of like today. At the national level, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation is now looking at Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, something that would probably make some substantial changes to the law that's been around since 1966, which could strip protections to tribal sites, historic districts, including development changes without soliciting the public forum, as we're all used to under Section 106. So I just want to bring that to the commission's attention, that will be something that I'm going to send you all some information on, both commissions, so you can be aware of what's going on at the federal level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you, Holly. Okay, now, as I mentioned before, a few people have just joined us in the room. Item number 6, the Superior Court remand at 43A Union. We're going to have town council weigh in about what took place and what our avenues are, but we're not going to deliberate on this until August 4th, just so that you all know.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair, Georgia is also
okay.
online as well.
So George, Nicole, whoever wants to speak first.
What is there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is George Pucci from KP Law. With me is my colleague, Nicole Montana, who tried the 43A Union Street Trust case to Superior Court. She's here to answer any factual questions that came up at the trial, but I doubt that you'll have any. I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of what is before you. And then what I would recommend you do is take the time sometime between now and the next the remand hearing session to take a look at the judge's decision. It's actually quite readable. It's not filled with legalese. You can read it for yourself and see what the judge's findings on the trial were, and what his ultimate conclusions were. What is before you now, and we're just holding a preliminary discussion about it today, so that I can alert you to what's before you, is a bit unusual, the posture that is before you today. And then after proper notices provided under your notification policy, we recommended and confirmed with the chair that we'll have the formal remand hearing ordered by the court at your meeting on August 4, 2026. And I'll be available at that time as well to answer any questions that you may have at that time, if you have any, when you go to consider this and deliberate on a decision. Basically, the long and the short of it is, and I'm sure you're aware of the case, there's a garage located on 43A Union Street. The Historic District Commission denied a application to approve demolition of that structure. That decision was appealed to the select board, and the select board on an appeal hearing affirmed the denial decision of the HDC. And then the property owner then filed a further appeal to Superior Court. The case was tried by a Superior Court judge. He heard the evidence. Holly testified as a witness. on behalf of the commission, on behalf of the decision. There was a site visit done of the structure at issue, and the court issued a ruling against both the select board and the HDC, and remanding it for further proceedings to the HDC to reconsider basically the denial decision. Aside from the memorandum of decision itself, which you're free to read, and then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at the remand public hearing. There's a sheet in the materials that was provided to you that's separate from the decision, but provides a very concise summary of what the court has ordered you to do on remand. And that's on a document titled Judgment on Finding of the Court. And it's a one-page document, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullet points giving you the posture of why the judge is sending it back to you, what he wants considered on remand, and basically a new decision. And he sets out parameters that in the event you reach another denial, he has instructed you to provide detail concerning the basis for that denial as set out in this one-page document, Judgment on Findings of the Court. I can tell you without getting into the case or the potential merits of the case on appeal, it's very clear from the judge's ruling that he is inclined to call into question the basis for the denial decision, and you can read that for yourself. And I think that it's fair to say that it would be difficult to justify a denial decision if you were to issue a decision on remand that resulted in another denial, and we end up before the same Superior Court judge trying to justify that denial. So I won't say anything beyond that. And I will say, don't kill the messenger in terms of this case or this issue. These are very fact dependent. Each case is heard on its own merits. They each have their own characteristics and process. Different opinions are at stake. But the fact is, this judge ruled against you in terms of the denial decision and is putting quite a burdensome burden of proof on you to justify another denial decision. So I would recommend that you view it in that context and deliberate on a new decision, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve this in lieu of further litigation before the court. So I'll leave it to you to read the decision, focus on the 5 points that the judge indicated in the judgment on finding of the court, and then on August 4th, conduct a remand public hearing on the application and vote a new decision on it. And again, I'll be available to answer any questions that you have at that time. I'm also happy to answer anything now that you may have.
George, thank you. Does any of the board members have any questions for George at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, it sounds like we have a lot of reading material we've got to call through in advance of the 4th. Nicole, did you want to say anything, or were you just checking
No,
it out?
I think George covered it.
Okay. Thanks for the information. We look forward to getting our stuff that will come through Kathy or Holly. Is that right? That's to George. George, are you sending the information to Kathy or Holly so that they can disseminate that to the board members?
In terms of the decision and the document
Yeah.
that I referenced, yeah, I think Holly distributed it already, but
okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No. Okay. Sounds like we're all
Yes.
set.
Yes, the board actually does have it. It's been available to the board for a review. Yes.
Okay. Great. George, thanks, and we'll see what happens on August 4th.
Yeah, and I just wanted to note one last thing, these are difficult cases. I wanted to emphasize to your commission. And I just hope that you don't take this as some type of criticism to your process. And I should note, these are difficult decisions because when the law is clear that a decision maker on appeal should not substitute his or her judgment for that of the board. But the fact is they necessarily always do involve kind of substitute decision making. So you just want to keep in mind that it's difficult, when you're before on a case of this nature where the judge is essentially substituting his judgment for yours. So you shouldn't take it that, you've done anything improper in this process. It's just that, you do want to look at it pragmatically in terms of your chance of success in justifying another denial decision. So I just would advise you look at it, in that lens, and then, again, we can take it up again on August 4.
Okay. George, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll talk soon. Thanks. Okay. Good. Okay. So now we are on to new business of 7.7. As I mentioned before, the first item we're going to take up is your fence. So what you're going to do is you're going to walk over to this microphone and tell us, I have it up on my screen, but and if you could first give your name for the record.
Sure. Hi, my name is Juan Aguero. And I live on 9 Blue Court. And the fence is gonna be in between, the 11 Blue Court and 9 Blue Court at the division. So what happened is technically the edging of my driveway is like the division of the property. So that's why we decided to do the fencing, because if we plant trees, gonna grow to the driveway and it's gonna be like narrow space for parking the car. And that's why in the beginning we were planning to do the fence by the porch, like where the porch start. So we have more privacy. So I saw the notes here, and I would like, if possible, to change it. Instead of going by the corner wall of my neighbor house, maybe we go with the corner wall of my house, which is a little bit further, like a couple of feet, just so we have more privacy. And I got some pictures here if you want it, like from the
Now,
perspective.
I want to make sure that I understand this, because the way I read the condition is the end of this is the condition that was placed on. We okay over there?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And by the way, just in case, I don't know if this helps, from my front porch to the street, there's 15 feet exactly. Just in case if that helps.
And she wanted it to stop at the corner of the house, corner of the house, not the porch.
That is the difference here, right?
Right.
Like I'm looking at your site plan right now, and I see your little green line goes to the front corner of your porch, not to the front corner of the house. You would like it to go that far so that you privatize your porch.
Yeah,
Is that
most possible? Like
okay?
on the beginning we wanted to the front porch, but like if not possible, then to the corner wall.
Understood. Okay, so does everybody have this? Now, Stephen, you don't, but I think you understand what the issue on the table is, right? You there, Stephen?
He's muted.
Oh, Stephen, you're muted.
Demuted. Yes, thanks for checking. I understand.
Okay, yeah, so Carrie had said, okay, only take the fence to the front corner of the house. And we're looking at a photograph now from his porch where basically if I were in my lounge chair on the porch, I'd be looking over at, I believe, the neighbor's red Jeep. Is that your neighbor's Jeep
Yeah,
there?
technically I took the picture from my neighbor's house, facing my house. Like where the red Jeep is right now, it's my house.
Okay. So the other porch is your porch, not the
Yeah.
one that this is taken from.
Yes.
Okay.
The
How
other one
high,
was like
how high
different.
is the proposed fence?
And
Oh, it's a 5-and-1.
I think
Okay, all right. All right, well, does everyone have any questions? Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
No,
No?
no.
Then what do we all think about this counter proposal?
I think going to the edge of the porch is fine. It's still 10 feet back from the road, so we generally have the fences pushed back for safety purposes, backing in and out of the driveway. But I think there's still plenty of unencumbered space, even letting it go to the edge of the porch. So I'd be in favor of his amendment.
Okay. For the original
Yeah.
proposal, really.
Yeah.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Thank you, Angus.
I would just be afraid of having a precedent of bringing the fences to the very front porch. Generally, we like to have them at least it as far back as the main part of the house, the facade, and preferably back from there. I think,
Hang
Well,
on, hang on.
no, but
Let
I mean,
Angus finish.
I think we need to be consistent. Otherwise, we're gonna like run into a lot of problems. I think that there's a possibility of screening this with compact planting for that extra bit. There are plenty of things that, don't take much more than 2 or 3 feet in width. So I'd be in favor of it staying at the porch that was approved. I mean, at the corner board, and doing some of the kind of planting or lower fence, but not the 5-and-1.
Okay. Angus, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of
Mr.
course you can.
There's 15 feet from the edge of the porch
From my porch,
to the road.
yeah, from my neighbor porch is even more because his house is like maybe 10 feet back. I mean, like away from my house. Like
Okay.
his is like more backward than mine.
Yeah, I think there's enough square or footage there, so, it doesn't pose a risk of, not being able to view, cars coming and going. So I think I would be okay with going to the end of the porch also. Thank you.
Okay. Connie, thank you. Stephen, I think that leaves you. Is she muted? You're
Personally,
muted.
I would want to view it before I weighed in, not seeing the picture, but I'll defer to you guys if you're headed towards a decision.
Okay, let's see. So how does it benefit you having a 5-and-1 covering the porch?
Well, it will have also more privacy. That sometimes you wanna sit in the front porch, or maybe my neighbor gonna have people there, and you don't wanna, have
Okay.
to.
So a lot of times in these situations, and Angus sort of alluded to this, we end the tall part at the house and we have a shorter part, lower part that would extend down to the porch. It's kind of like a compromise situation. I could see like a 3.5 foot high fence or something there. Right now you've got one person who I believe is opposed, 2 people that are in favor of. I'm kind of like looking to broker a truce. Stephen would want a view, which would mean you'd have to come back. Any thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah, Val?
A view might be a good idea because I understand trying to be consistent. But Richmond is not consistent in any way to the original fabric and layout of the town, and they're so close together. They all have fences, so I think it'd be good to see the context.
I'd make a motion to hold for a view.
We're gonna view it,
Okay.
okay, and just, we'll take everything into account then, and, we'll see how it goes.
And then-
Even we'll have the benefit of actually seeing it, okay?
Okay, and you're gonna notify us like for the next meeting or something like that?
Yeah, just, you'll be on the next old business cycle, which I
So-
believe is next week, is that?
I mean,
correct?
if you would like, I haven't posted the agenda yet. If it's just a view, I can put it on.
It's just a view, so let's get it on for next week.
Okay.
Okay,
Next week.
great.
Alright.
Okay, so Angus has made a motion for a view on Angus's motion. Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thanks. We'll look at it for you. Okay, let's see here. All right. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Oh, now we're at 4 East Lincoln. Hi,
Good evening. How you doing?
good. How are you doing?
It's not?
That's a new one.
What's that?
Turn around. That's new.
So it shows in your screen.
That's what shows up.
It shouldn't have anything to do with it.
No,
You wanna know why?
I'll tell you. It's not the Canadian, so it's good.
There's a replacement that's been ordered for it, so. It's fine on to. Charleston.
Let me know when it's up. I'm getting it up myself.
We've got 50 Starbucks.
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
she's got them all.
Perfect. May I start?
Love the color. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Rich Craddock, representing the owner for the hardscape for this property. So this was on consent last week. It was pulled because there were previous approvals. So in 2001, I believe, there was, the guest house was built, the pool was built, there was existing 5-in-1 fence, bluestone patio, and the whole front where the main house currently is now, the new house, was just vacant. And so we resubmitted with the, what was previously approved and then what we're actually trying to get approved today. So previously approved was the driveway with shell finish with a cobblestone apron. The owner would like to change cobblestone to Belgian block. So that is one of the changes, even though it was previously approved. There is a proposed white picket fence. There was a previous approved fence, so we're just matching what was there. We have a moon arbor, which would be in the front of the property. There's an image of what that would look like. And we're adding additional 5-in-1 fence on the right side of the property, which would mimic what's already existing. The pool stays the same, the patio stays the same. The existing brick walkway on the left side of the building stays the same. So really, it's just now that they built a main house, we're just adding walkways to get from, the driveway and the street to the exit doors. So that is what we're proposing today.
Okay, Rich.
Mr. Chair, before
Yes.
you deliberate, I am going to sit off this because I'm representing 6 East Lincoln in another application farther down.
Okay. So, Rich, you have a 4-person board?
That's fine.
You okay with that? Okay, does anyone have do any of the board members have questions for Rich before we start into deliberation?
I have a question,
Yes.
and that is about the 5-in-1 fence. There's one that's existing and this is an extension of what's existing.
Correct. So there's existing on the back property, so behind the pool to the south of this drawing, and on the right-hand side to the edge of the pool. Basically, we're extending that to the front corner board of the new main house.
Okay, so it's just the length of the house that you're wanting to extend it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all for my question.
And then in front of that fence, you can see on that right side, we're proposing columnar, like royal oaks, to provide some additional screening.
And how does that interface with the fence?
The fence is on the property line right now. We're just adding, so that's a 5-in-1 fence. We're just adding, there's existing trees that wrap that property as it currently is. There's a photo up there. It's kind of hard to see.
So
But-
the vegetation is just on the property side of the fence?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That it? Anybody care to begin the discussion?
I'm happy to start.
Thanks,
So this is kind of coming back to our last application. So setting up a fence to the neighbor that's 5-in-1 coming up to the front is too close. But it's also just a wall facing the neighbor. There isn't any kind of buffer that is being offered to the neighbor for that 6-foot fence going along the property line. So I would suggest some other type of fencing or something that was inset, whether it's a wire fence and a hedge or planting, or have plantings that are every other section to soften the wall, but definitely have it back from the face a couple of lengths. Along with I guess it would be the gate at the front of the house that's proposed for the front of the, in line with the facade, not the front one on the street, but the one on the side, at the west side. I would move that back with the 2 sections, and I would have that, it could be some sort of gate, but I wouldn't want to have the 5-in-1 be facing East Lincoln. So, whether it's plantings and an arbor and a gate or something, but not the 5-in-1 fence there. And I'm fine with the rest of it. I mean, I prefer to see the cobblestone, but there's enough precedent down there for Belgian block that I don't think we can ask them not to do it. That's all. Thanks.
Angus, thank you. Let's see, Stephen, Connie.
Yep, I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
Actually, this meets our guidelines. The fence stops at the front of the house, which is the transition from the private space into the semi-private space. And then it has a picket fence along the transition to the public space. So private to semi-public to public is good for me. I do agree with Angus with respect to the some type of vegetative, something to soften the neighbor side of the fence. At least our guidelines are typically that every other section, alternating sections, there's a vining material. However, it's not lost on me that there's a mitigating effect by having these columnar plant materials. So I guess on balance, I'm okay with it. I'd rather see a nice wood fence and this wonderful greenery above than have greenery on the fence and see the side of a house above it. So, not that that's in our purview, but I'm just mentioning it on this side. So those are my thoughts. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Connie.
I did have this on consent, and I didn't realize that there were 2 previous approvals. So thank you for mentioning that. And I guess the concern was that some of the things that were approved weren't, in the plan, and that the plan was changed. Looking at it, I didn't really have any objections to anything that was proposed. But maybe to be neighborly, it would be nice to do some planting materials.
Can I chime in on that? So on the neighbor's property is like a 6-foot privet hedge. So
Okay.
it's like privet fence. But yeah, so it already exists.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was really,
And that goes all the way down. So
thank you.
Connie, thank you. So just to be clear here, Rich, the 5-in-1 fence is ending at the front corner of the house.
We will end it at the front corner of the house,
Okay.
yes.
Because
I know this arrow's-
there's a notation here that, could possibly be construed. Says additional 5-in-1 wood fence to match existing. This, by the way, folks, is in the upper left-hand corner. To match existing natural weather, blah, blah, blah. And it shows fencing and an arrowhead on top of it. So let's just make sure, I think we need to document the fact that the 5-in-1 portion of this fence is ending, as you had said, at the front corner board of the house. And then the rest would be lower, which you have down as a 36-inch high type 2, which is fine. So, I could be curious about the fact of why the 5-in-1 is not going on the inside of the columnar oaks and all that in favor of the neighbor, but I think we've been in this situation enough with fencing where if we do the every other bay, you're familiar with this, right?
Mhm.
Every other bay of the fencing gets planting on the neighbor's side.
Yeah. I don't know if you just heard, but on their side of the fence is like 6-foot privet. So it's like privet, our
Oh,
fence.
but
Yeah.
And then,
the
yeah,
whole
so
way-
it already,
The
it-
whole way down?
correct. So
Oh.
right now, from the back right property to like where the corner of the new house is, that fence exists on the property line.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Rich.
So there
Okay.
was vegetation
Okay.
on the neighbor's property already.
Much better now. Well, listen, folks, I think we can approve this, just noting down, on the application that the 5-in-1 is indeed going to end at the front corner, the corner board. Can I have a motion from someone, please?
So moved.
Okay, Angus has made a motion to approve this, just noting on the application that the 5-in-1 is ending at the front corner board of the house. On Angus's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Perfect. Thank you.
thanks. All right, next up, 1 South Mill, as-built driveway. Do you have an applicant?
I don't believe so.
People are always reluctant to come to for as-built applications. Have you noticed that? Okay, so
No,
nobody?
nobody.
All right, we'll, if somebody comes within the next half hour, we'll return to it. Otherwise, we're gonna pass by. How about 300 Nantucket Road? Oh, Matthew. What? What? I know, I had it. It's linked to my computer.
I was gonna- It's 300 Nantucket. I was gonna hold it, yeah.
I didn't get any.
You know,
All was left out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're just gonna hold it if that's okay.
Thank you.
maybe it'll just- sorry, Matt. Yeah.
So you can turn it on the. Right.
You can turn that off. That should. Yeah. All right,
So I guess he's holding.
you're holding this?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so folks, we're holding 300 Nantucket. Let's make sure. Anyone in the room or on Zoom that was here to talk about 300 Nantucket? Just checking. Okay. We're moving on. New business of 721, first item of which, Mr. Lowell, come on down, Andrew.
I helped Andy file this. He loved to speak. You may.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, sorry to be before you for this, but thank you for hearing me. I'd like to assure you With all honesty, this is not a case of installation without permission and ask for forgiveness later. I'm not in the category of affording to pay penalties. Also, in being an elected public official as yourselves, it would not be an action of expected integrity of me. What this was is an impulsive reaction of desperation. Prior to these boards being applied to the existing three-rail split rail fence, that I would like to note that three-rail split rail fence has existed since the house was built in 1955. I appeared before this commission last August for 2 permits, one to replace windows in the house, one to build a shed in the yard. I conduct most of the work myself while working on the property. I was horrified by what I experienced. Just so you know, the house is a rental house. It's a year-round rental. My tenants are wonderful tenants and are integral to the community. Vehicles travel Nantucket Road under heavy acceleration. By the time they get to 5 Nantucket Road, they're exceeding the speed limit. Dump trucks hitting a dip in the road out front, create an abrupt noise that would literally startle the pants off of you. A constant stream of billowing roadside dust carried into the yard by the sheer inertia of the speed of the vehicles, much more powerful than the prevailing southerly winds. I would like I'd like the commission to take into consideration that every neighboring property has restricted roadside parking in front of their houses with vegetation, mailboxes, wooden stakes driven in the ground. 5 Nantucket Road is the last property in the area with roadside parking in front of it. I'm not inclined to encroach into the town layout of Nantucket Road and restrict the parking in front of my property as everyone else has chosen to do. But what this has resulted in is all of the service vehicles for neighboring properties, namely landscapers, park in front of 5 Nantucket Road. So aside from dealing with the billowing dust, the extreme noise from the speeding traffic, the final straw that really inspired my impulse was witnessing a service person relieving himself alongside his truck. And I've been informed by my tenants that it's not the first occasion. I'm here to satisfy the wishes of the commission. And I understand this is, I'm really here due to a complaint, and you have to do your job. And whatever it is you you see fit, I'd be glad to accommodate. I would like to request a relief from penalty if the boards need to be removed, if that is your wishes, or remove the boards. If the boards could be disguised in some way with vegetation, I'd be glad to do that. So, please.
Okay, we may have some questions for you, but let's see what the board has to say. Val is obviously recused, right? So you have a 4-person board. Steven's up on Zoom. Would anyone like to start the discussion? I mean, does anyone have any questions for Andy about what we're reviewing?
I think.
Mr.
Andy-
Chair,
Pretty straightforward. Yes, Steven.
sorry, I can't, it's really hard to hear. I don't know if your mic is off or,
Me?
yeah.
It's on.
Oh, that's a little better. Sorry to have interrupted. I just couldn't, I didn't know what's going on.
No, I'll try and hunch over the mic. Steven, would you like to start or would you like somebody else to?
Oh, I'll go if you're looking for someone.
Great.
I don't, you look, this is, I understand the circumstances. I think aesthetically, it's just unfortunately really atypical. However, it seems there's I don't know about relatively easy, but a simple solution, which would be to, pop these boards off, put them on the other face, and throw a type 2 cap across the top of it. It appears to go left to right along this whole section, and it will look like a board fence, which is completely acceptable to my mind in this location and in many areas around the island. I don't think new materials are required. It's gonna get old, and you may not be able to use the same nail holes, but I think it'll patina, and no one's gonna even know that that was a condition. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, and with respect to as-built fines and fees, I think anything on this would be de minimis. Doesn't strike me as an intentional workaround. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Thanks, son.
Well, first of all, I'm really sorry you've gone through this hardship with the abuse of the property. Unfortunately, that isn't our purview. The board fence though is it's not following the guidelines in front of the house. And I was trying to think of how it could work. If it were pulled off and pushed back and there was like there's such great mature plantings around this property. If the board fence were on the other side of the planting, you would see the fence, as you've mentioned, has been there forever, or as long as the house. And then there would be a buffer of plants. And then if that didn't, get what was needed, a board fence would. When all the vegetation is green, a dark green fence seems more appropriate, but come winter, that's going to stand out. So I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, but I don't think it's to keep vertical boards on a split rail fence. Thank you.
Okay. Angus, thank you. Connie?
My thought would be, if possible, to add vegetation to the other side to screen the board. I don't know if that's possible, because I do agree that you have that, those green bushes on the other side, but if there's any way to somehow screen it with some added vegetation, that might be appropriate and acceptable. Thank you.
That was it, Connie?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So a couple of really interesting things have been raised here, one of which Stephen raised, which is like the idea that the thing that's kind of incongruous about this arrangement is the fact that it's a split rail with a board fence behind it. Now, I'm pretty sure that if Andy had come in and there was no split rail fence and Andy had requested a board fence with a little cap on it, I got a feeling, given the location, that everyone would have been fine with it for just the reasons that you put it in. Now, not knowing the attachment and all that, I think the conceptual idea that Stephen has of like just getting rid of the split rail, keeping the board fence and turning it into a real like fence that we would see anywhere else is an idea, although before Stephen mentioned that, I was in favor of the idea of doing what we are normally requesting of applicants. Well, we just did it on the 5-in-1 fence, or we're about to do it on the 5-in-1 fence application we had right before this. On the neighbor's side, just plant like some sort of vines, climbing hydrangea or something that would just cover all this over. Now, I say that because it's town, I think it's town property, right? On the other side of the split rail.
Correct.
Okay, so what we tend to do, Andy, is just plant something. It doesn't take a lot of space this direction. So your parking there for whoever decides to park there would remain, but you would kind of get rid of the anomaly of a split rail fence with a board fence behind it. So like Connie, I would be okay with just some plantings that would grow up over this whole thing and just turn it into a green wall. That's where I am. So what do we think? Because I think we might have somewhat of a split board. Unfortunately, I have four members, and it would have been nice to have a fifth.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please, go ahead, Andy.
I would prefer to be able to disguise the fence with some plantings. I was thinking some ivy could take over rather quickly, and the fence would really completely disappear with some ivy. It wouldn't encroach out onto town property. Moving the fence behind the existing vegetation, which is about 6 to 8 feet deep. Those are yews and junipers planted back in the 50s. To move the fence behind that vegetation would simply, it would take away so much of the property in front, where right now, chairs fit in between the bushes. You might leave your lawnmower there or something. It's just not feasible to move the board fence back. If it's the wishes of the board to remove everything completely, and the board would give me, say, a reasonable acceptance of a typical board fence like the previous one before you, say 5 feet high, whether you want a row of lattice above that or not, or just capped. I'd love for it to be a solid board fence without any spacing between the boards, or it really would not serve the purpose that we need. But
Right.
here again, I'm just informing you of that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'd love to move this along if somebody has any further ideas. Now that we've heard everyone's comments.
If enough vegetation is added to this, I think it will sort of just disappear. So I would make
You
a,
okay with vines? Like,
I think
climbing
that-
hydrangea or something like that?
yeah, but that's just going to be the summer, right?
Ivy
The
would-
the ivy's
No,
more year.
Climbing hydrangea keeps its leaves all year, I think. Julie Jordan, they're being,
Landscaper.
doesn't climbing hydrangea keep its leaves all winter long? That's what I just said. No, okay, ivy.
Ivy would.
Yeah.
Or even if it's a combination. But
Yeah.
I would make a motion to approve with vegetation that conceals the fence.
You good?
Can I second that
Yeah,
for
you can
discussion?
second. Go ahead, Stephen.
I appreciate Angus, moving on to the concept of vegetation, but that's a pretty high bar to conceal the fence. So I would ask if we can go with, planting ivy, three 5 gallon, how many sections are there? A 5 gallon Baltic ivy at the center of each split rail section. And that stuff's Andy will take care of it, I presume, and it's gonna take off and it's gonna conceal the board fence pretty quickly. Probably some of the split rail, but if the threshold is conceal the fence, then he's gonna be putting a row of privet or actually evergreen in front of these as a hedge. And I want to be clear that that's not something I think we discussed.
Well, Stephen, it sounds like you just made kind of the counter proposal, which is just to simply plant a lot of ivy. Did you not?
Yeah, I mean, a 5 gallon bucket of ivy between in the center of each section of fence is going to take over this thing once it acclimates in no time.
I totally agree with that.
I would actually suggest to use climbing hydrangea because it won't be as problematic with those beautiful yews that this picture with the 5A mailbox isn't doing justice. But
Yeah.
anyways, thank you.
Okay. So it sounds like Stephen would be okay with this as long as we stipulated, 5-gallon IV in each bay. There are 4 bays, right? Andy, you know, 4
Yes,
fence bays,
yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So we just want to have one, and 5 gallons is a pretty substantial. Does that sound amenable
Mhm.
to everyone? And so you had made the motion. So the
That-
motion would just be corrected to
To-
say 5 gallons per bay.
That's right.
Okay. All right. So Angus's motion is to take up Stephen's suggestion of a 5-gallon planting of English ivy at each bay. On Angus's motion, Connie,
Aye.
thank you. Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Oh, and sort of tacit in there was I think we can waive the fee on this. I want to discuss those fees further because what did you tell me the fee would have been, Andy? It sounded onerous to me. $1,500. That buys a lot of
I
ivy.
have to say, buy more ivy.
Okay, all right. So thanks. We know you'll do the right thing.
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Good night. Okay. Now on to 3 Pops. Mr. Catone.
Doug, did you want a screen share?
I'm gonna send you out to get us some pizza. Is Mark on Zoom?
Doug is. Doug, did you want a screen share?
Oh, Doug.
Holly, you're gonna go first?
Mr. Chairman. Doug,
Hi, I just got unmuted.
did you want a screen share?
I sure I can.
Yeah, I'm gonna promote you to panelist then.
Okay.
Who's the board, Mr. Chairman?
Chickens.
I don't know.
Yeah. Once again, we have a 4-person board. Connie, Angus, Stephen, myself, with
Mhm.
Val recused.
So there's
Now,
Angus,
um,
Ray, and Steve.
yeah, but let's hang on a second. Hey, Doug,
Yes.
I'm gonna caution you on something here.
Okay.
All we can give you tonight as new business is a 4-person board, and I think you're gonna have objections to this.
Mm.
And if memory serves me, if you start with a 4-person board, you can't gain a 5th person,
No.
but via,
Well,
so, you know, your 4 people would be it.
The Mullen.
It will never get to be 5.
Okay.
You can only miss one meeting. It doesn't matter which one.
Yes.
Well, could you get somebody to Mullen?
Mhm.
Yeah, but they would
Second meeting?
have to want a Mullen in. I mean, I can't force someone to Mullen.
Joe's away for a bit. He's in his wife's country.
I mean,
What?
Joe's away for a while.
Yeah, more.
that's fine, but Abby or Carrie or yeah, Abby or Carrie could, but there's always the chance
Theoretically.
they say no. I can't really force them to do that. But I mean, it's up to
Well, I mean, if it comes down to it, I could withdraw and resubmit, correct?
No, just hold it.
Yeah.
Well, or
yeah,
I could
yeah,
proceed
mean,
and then,
you could.
I don't know, it's not your place to
So
give me
are
advice on
you-
how to
are
do
you
it, but
Are you suggesting that you want to go for it? I mean,
Well,
I'm not trying to convince
they're
you.
they're pretty minor revisions, so I don't know what
Mhm.
the objection could possibly be.
Plenty. Plenty.
My
Oh,
God.
Doug.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we hold it? Since apparently there's gonna be so many objections.
Well, you know, I don't know that for sure,
Oh,
but
you do.
Yeah, yeah. I can hear it in her voice that she's just raring
And
to
Holly
go.
has a problem. We don't have the right plan or anything else in here right now.
yeah, you know,
Okay.
so Doug, it's going to cost you 2 weeks because it's going to be it'd be back as new business because we're not moving forward with this. Now, I want to make note of the fact, can I just have a show of hands here? You guys are here for it, right?
Yeah,
Who,
neighbors.
who else in the room is here for this? Who else? Well, Linda, of course. Anybody on Zoom?
I don't think so.
Bruce? No, Bruce?
Is Bruce up there? Yeah, so it's you guys and us. We're all in the same group.
Okay.
But we're
Um,
okay if they want to hold it because we don't know what the plan is because the plans are different. There are 3 different plans. We have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah, Doug, I think there's some confusion. You may want to reach out to staff and try and get some stuff in line.
Yeah, reach out to Holly because she picked it off before I did.
Okay, yeah, Holly's got
Okay.
some comments that you may want to review. Okay,
Sounds good.
all right, sorry, folks, but it's, I feel bad if I can't offer somebody a 5-person board, it's, for the first meeting, it's kind of tough.
And Mr.
But thank you, and so it's going to be a new business 2 weeks hence, right?
And that would be for the shed as well, the next application?
Yeah, yeah, as long as they, get everything to you. Okay, thanks, everyone. That would include the shed, by the way, right? The old. Yeah, yep. Okay. Val Oliver, 6 feet. Okay, so we are holding it for a little while. Are you gonna be on this side of the table at all tonight? Okay.
Thank you, though.
Okay, let's see. Now we're 7, Maxie, Chip Webster. We have Chip?
We do, he's. up
We-
and so-
we do.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can
All right.
always hear you.
Good evening, everyone. If I can share the screen, I'll walk you through the application. All righty.
Um,
Toot, toot, toot. Huh. All right, 1 second. Let me just make sure I've got this queued up correctly. Okay, there we go. And then I'll share the screen. And here we go. All right. Let me know when this comes up. Did that come up right?
It's up.
Yes.
All right, good evening. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for an application at 7 Maxi for revisions to a recent approval for the garage. As a reminder, this project, the concerns of the board were visibility from Wannacommit Road, as all of the proposed work is on that side of the lot. This has the photos from that. You can see this one, there's this pathway from Wannacommit Road, which was a concern on some of the other proposals here, perhaps this one as well. Let me cut right to the landscape. Oh, where is that landscape plan? At the request of the board, here it goes. There was a landscape plan prepared by David Trost showing added vegetation and existing vegetation to remain and reconfiguration of that pathway, which you can see in that upper right-hand corner, basically mitigating view of all of the proposed work here. You can see also in this plot plan, the garage, which was approved in the last reviews on the right-hand side. And then on the inboard side of the property, there's a sort of a carport attachment to that, which is what we'll be looking at. But I just want to point out on the site plan that that's inboard from the property and all this additional vegetation, which has been memorialized in the previous approval, will be part of it. So what happened that when you saw this before, there was an initial submission. The previous submission was a 2-story with this carport. The board felt it was too high, and furthermore, that the proposed 9 light windows were inappropriate, and approved what is essentially to the right, which was an earlier submission. What the earlier submission didn't reflect were basically 2 elements that were part of the newer one, which was the removal of a staircase on the north side and this carport element on the south side, again, on the inland side. So what we're looking for tonight are modifications to the approval that subtract that stair and add the carport. This shows what was previously submitted, what was approved, and what we're asking for on the north elevation. And then those same changes are reflected on the east elevation. So with that, I will turn over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Chip. So I had this for consent review, and the issue for me, I think, is clear. This carport, sticking out to the side, which was not approved the last time around. So that's, getting rid of the outside stairs, of course, is a huge plus in my mind, but that my concern was the carport and its potential visibility. So any questions for Chip before we move on? If not, I can invite comments.
I had a question.
Yes, Angus.
So I think this is the one. I accidentally ended up with a link to this in my consents for a different project. But what I noticed in the proposed plan is that the distance that the dormer is from the gable ends seemed to get reduced and the dormer got bigger, but that wasn't part of this proposal. So my question through the chair is what's going on with that? There has the distance changed? It looks like it has visually in the amount of roof to the sides of the dormers.
Okay. Is that through the chair? Would you want me to answer that? Was that a question
Yeah,
for me?
I actually see what Angus is getting at, and perhaps it's the locations of the windows, but you tell us. I don't.
Okay, so I see what he's looking at, and it does look like there's a slight differences around in that dormer. That was, I mean, quite honestly, that's just a result of working on the model a little bit more. If that were a concern, we could we could have a condition to match the dimensions relative to the dormer that were in the approval. I wouldn't have any issue with that condition if
Okay.
that was a concern. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, because it is inconsistent now that I look at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for that. Any more questions? And I'd like to hear some comments as well.
I have comments.
Okay. Val Oliver.
I see what you guys are talking about. I'm not sure it's the side to side, but there is more shingles above the windows. The taller wall. So that's just a comment.
Okay, that was something else.
But it really is expanding.
Yeah.
I don't have any concern with removing the exterior stairway, adding railing along the building for the basement space, and the covered porch, I'll call it, carport,
Yeah.
whatever,
Carport.
is in back of this toward the house, so I don't think that's a concern. We're not gonna see it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
That would be Connie.
I appreciate the removal of the stairs, but I also feel that that carport is not appropriate, and I do question the visibility. I just think it's quite large, and if at all visible, I don't feel it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen and Angus.
I can go.
Angus.
So I appreciate the stair going away as well. And I agree with Val and Connie about the carport, that I don't believe that it should be visible or would be visible, but it definitely should not be visible if there's an approval for it. And the dormer should return to the original proposal with the eaves being lower and the overall width being narrower and more roof space, main roof space between the gable and the dormer.
Thank you, Angus. Stephen,
Yeah, my concern is visibility. If it's not visible, I'm not concerned.
yeah, so how do we decide whether this thing is visible? I mean, the way I look at this is we were safe with the last approval because it didn't show, and that did not in any way prohibit Chip from coming back the later date when things are framed up and saying, okay, so here we are, and can I have my carport now? So I'd rather be err on the side of caution without the carport. And, further, I would like to.
If you don't mind, man, I'd really appreciate it. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
What was that, Steve? Was that for us or no?
Nope, sorry.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chairman, I make a quick comment.
you may make a quick comment, yeah.
I'll make it super fast. So as a reminder, when this was first before the board, it was requested to have ridge poles, and the ridge poles were put up. And even before this vegetative plan that was requested and added, there was difficulty in even finding the ridge poles by members of the board. So I just wanted to point out that the visibility was a concern, and I believe was examined earlier in the process. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know, I'm still like, if the vegetation goes during the construction process, I'm, would remain concerned. What's the pleasure of the board?
I could try something.
Yeah,
Motion to approve with the unnoted changes returning to what was approved. And that the carport isn't visible at time of inspection and in perpetuity.
Chip, are you comfortable with that?
Yes,
You are.
absolutely.
Okay, well, then I'm gonna let her rip. Okay, so the motion is to restore the main body of the building back to what was previously approved. That would include the width of the dormers and the height of the eave above the dormer windows. And that the carport portion of this will not be visible from a public way at the time of inspection and thereafter. On Angus's motion, Connie?
No,
Sorry?
no.
Oh, that. First time I've heard you say no. Angus. Took me by surprise. Stephen.
Yeah.
Okay, and Val?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm gonna be in favor too, because I think that's provides me with the security that I want. Okay, so the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, now we're on to 2 Jefferson Avenue. Joseph Topham. See here, or,
He is not here.
okay, no, it's fine. We'll go back. Was that a no?
That's a no.
Joe's not here?
No.
Okay. Okay, so folks, we're gonna pass over to Jefferson for the time being. Julie Jordan, 101 Orange Street. Okay. Hi, Julie.
How's everybody tonight?
Oh, good. Best meeting ever. Well, at least top 10, right? Okay, Julie, tell us all the misgivings over it.
I mean, I'm accidentally involved here. I
Yeah,
work with
okay.
these clients that purchased this house in 2024.
Yeah,
And they recently received a letter from the HDC regarding the apron that was installed prior to purchase, which is Belgian block.
Okay,
And you can see it in the pictures.
yeah,
And, the whole block, basically from New Street to their driveway, is crumbling concrete. So I wonder out loud, I did send an email to Drew Patnode and what the town's plan is, but I do think brick is what's appropriate. I was unsure why this didn't even go on consent, but brick is what's next door, and everybody's happy to replace the Belgian block with brick. But I would be interested in the comments of the board and to move this along for the client.
so your proposal is not, well, the as-built is the fact that it's Belgian block.
Right, and it's
Right.
not handicap accessible, so it's not appropriate.
Okay, but, so the as-built is Belgian block, which was there when this owner bought the property, but now you're talking about changing it to brick,
Correct.
like the neighboring property.
Correct.
Okay. Holly, do you have anything to say on this one?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, appreciate brick. I completely agree with that. My only issue is that it should mimic the neighbor's brick down the street. I actually provided a copy within my
Oh, good.
Staff
Sorry, I didn't
comment?
get your comments.
No, it's okay. Where it shows you have a running bond and then the soldier course, because the adjacent property, which is already brick, that is all shoulder.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think, and it's totally not appropriate. It seems like that seems to be a mixed bag down there, but this would be more appropriate.
Technically, since I know what I'm doing, I would always do a soldier course as a bound. But
Okay,
So
so then
those are my.
there's harmony in the room.
harmony.
Sounds like it. Okay, so everybody understands the new proposal? Comments?
Is that just to be approved through staff, if that were a motion?
Yeah, I think that we would just take up Holly's language for how the brick would be laid down. That would go in as part of the approval. So yes, through staff. Was that a motion?
Sure.
Oh, great. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, I'm gonna go with Angus's motion on Angus's
Mr.
motion.
Chair.
Oh, yes, sir, Stephen. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
hey, look, so I would just suggest we do an Exhibit A. Staff approval is a different process and it can be more time
Okay,
consuming
fair enough.
unnecessarily.
Fair enough. Okay. Is that something you can draft?
I can do an
in the room,
Exhibit A.
Angus?
It's the same process.
Well, I was kind of hoping they would do it and present it.
I mean, I'm
But-
happy to do an Exhibit A. I know what she's talking about and can
Okay. we
get
just
her
need somebody to
photo and
write it up. and
resubmit it in there.
perfect.
Yeah.
Can somebody give Julie the thing and we'll circulate it once it's getting signed? Okay, so we're gonna append an Exhibit A to Angus's motion on that one. All right, so on Angus's revised motion, Connie,
I,
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Yeah.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go, Julie.
Okay.
I can,
All right, let's see.
for the record.
Chip Webster, okay. Let's see, we must have somebody online for Steve Stimson?
Yes.
Is that right?
Heather Harris, I believe.
Oh, Heather, yeah. Hi, Heather. Is she?
Hi. Yes. Oh,
There you go. You're
there
on.
we go. Am I on? Okay.
You're on.
Do you want to screen share?
Sure, that would be great.
Yeah, it's much easier for us if you screen share.
Okay.
Oh, there she goes.
Okay.
I got a sweater. Okay, Heather, it's everybody in the room plus Stephen on Zoom. I think you're probably aware of that. Is she, oh no, she's good. Oh, well,
I'm back, I think.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
You just start whenever you're ready, okay, Heather?
Okay, that sounds good. Everyone can see my screen. So I'm here representing 44 No Natum LLC. What we're doing is proposing a hardscape site plan and a pool plan for the property. Some existing photos. The property is across the street from the town of Nantucket, natural land on the coastal bank, maritime shrubland, and on Miles Standish to the, I believe it's to the west of the property, hard packed gravel, very natural. Some interior shots of the property, 9, 10, 11, 12, as is now. So what we're proposing is, like I said, hardscape pool plan. The main house and cottage have been previously approved by the board. Let's see. We're looking pretty much preserving natural shrubland around the property. If it's destroyed during construction, replacing it, adding, helping to block into the interior of the property. Materials would be natural stone, gravel, hard pack, matching the road surface for any vehicular surfaces. The pool would be on the interior of the property, hidden from both right-of-ways on Miles Standish and from No Natum. And around the pool, just natural weathered board material. Just kind of a brief overview of the planting, just showing the high shrubland on the exterior of the property. The fence mixed in with that shrubland so it wouldn't be visible to Miles Standish or No Natum. And then closer to the house, just native grasslands to kind of not have the shrubs come exactly to the exterior of the house. If there is any cultivated landscape, it would just be in the interior of the courtyard, kind of in this area. It wouldn't be visible to the public at all, just possibly hydrangeas, but mostly grasses. Just a few section cuts. The top one is kind of a section cut through the interior of the property with Miles Standish on the right-hand side, just showing that you cannot see into the property. The next section cut on the page that says number 3, that is at the edge of the property from No Natum looking into the front of the house, showing just the shrubs blocking the edge of the house. The next elevation would be cut through the long way of Miles Standish along north to south of the property. And that's just showing how we're pretty much blocking the interior backyard. And then the final section cut is kind of an extended section. We went through the town's property into the coastal bank, just showing how we're trying to just blend it into the landscape and also block views into the exterior landscape. For the materials, just basic materials. For any fencing that is visible in the backyard to like the interior of the backyard, it would just be a Nantucket type 2 weathered fence. Hidden within the shrubland, we just do a hidden mesh fence. Weathered wood decking around the pool with a veneer wall. And then for the stone pathways, it would just be a monolithic stone for the pavers and the steps. And then for the pathways and the vehicle surfaces, it would either be like a decomposed gravel granite for the pathways around the house within the shrubland. And then for the paving surface for the car, it would match the surface on Miles Standish of a hard packed gravel. And that's it.
Okay, Heather, thanks.
Yep.
Questions from the board? Yes, Val.
I believe I am speaking about the east property line because there is no north
Okay.
that I can find.
Oh, north is up
between
to the
you-
top.
Hang
Yep.
on, Heather, hang on.
Bottom right corner of the plan.
Where?
Bottom right corner.
Okay, so northeast, so it is the east. You're proposing a wire mesh fence 1 foot off the property line, but what is screening that from the neighbor?
It would just be planted within plant material.
In 1 foot,
Yes,
that tall of a fence?
yes.
No, I don't think it's possible.
Okay.
So I'd like to see that come in farther so that there can be some decent vegetation there that will consume that wire fence. That's my comment.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
That was also my comment. I was concerned that that was right on the setback or the property line. And I know that the fence is, that's not appropriate. They have to come in, especially if we're requiring some planting on the neighbor's side to be good neighbors. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you.
I had a question, actually.
Yes.
So at the, on the Miles Standish street side, there's the main house pull-in that is the hard packed pavement. And at the head of that, the land side of it, there's a type 2 fence. But I'm not really seeing a planting note that keeps that screened from looking across the lawn to the pool. Is there a, in the plan that is below that one, it looks like there's a hedge, but I don't know. Is that a 4-foot hedge, like the north side of that green area?
Yeah, I'll go to this plan. Is that all right for you?
Yeah. So. So along that green area, the sort of the open lawn on the north side, where there's parking for the guest house, there's a note for a 4-foot hedge there, but graphically it looks like there's one adjacent to that on the west side. On the
Yes.
Miles Standish side. Is that another 4-foot hedge?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Do we know what kind of hedge that is?
Osmanthus.
Is it evergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. We haven't heard from Stephen yet.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I agree with the comments that have been made. On the Nonantum side, I want to focus a little bit. That looks like about an 8-foot buffer, and that should be at least 15 feet to the
fence.
Well, my concern is, although the fence is not directly abutting it, which is kind of different, it looks like it's almost in the lawn, based upon the, well, let me look at the key here, the color key. It's a little ambiguous. The color scheme doesn't seem to be matching up for me. There's maintain existing, and then the lawn is like yellowish. I'm looking at the Nonantum Nantucket type gate entry. That's what is the third color in from Nonantum, which is a light green? It's
Okay.
not corresponding to the key.
So we go from the lawn, and then the yellow is like the grasslands, and then the darker green would be the maritime shrubland, and then we go back to the grasslands.
Okay, but the grassland colors don't match then. So as opposed to get into the coloring book, my concern is that that buffer would be the planting buffer between Nonantum and the deer fence, regardless of the location of the fence, relative to Nonantum, as long as it needs to be, the buffer needs to be at least 15 feet deep to be consistent with our past determinations, and the fence should be at least as deep into the yard. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Stephen. Okay, everyone's spoken except me, and I just have a couple of comments. One is, does this second curb cut constitute a curb cut in the, in the eyes of the town? If so, you have two curb cuts, which is a bit of a no-no. But that's sort of, sorry, Kathy.
Planning board approval.
Yeah, so it is a curb cut, right? Yeah, okay. So Heather, you may want to look into that. That's not really our purview, but you're only supposed to have one curb cut per lot and you're showing two. The second thing is that the Nantucket type 2 fencing that you're showing really isn't a Nantucket type 2 fence. The boards are generally wider and the spacing is narrower than what your drawing shows. I'm not sure if that's a big deal. Is this a natural to weather fence?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I'm gonna guess that it's not hugely visible and you need it for the pool. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I only say that because it's not really a true Nantucket type 2 fence. Other than that, I think this is benign. It's fine, although there are some concerns from the board. What's the pleasure of the board at this moment? Anybody?
I'll look at. The concerns were about moving primarily the fencing off the property lines
Mhm.
further.
Right.
So should we look for minor revisions or?
I have a question. If I move the fence off the property line on this part of the plan, about 4 or 5 feet off the property line and have the fence go into the house on this wall, could we get an approval on the plan? And take the fence out of the front yard?
What you're looking at.
Hang on, are you following along with your Val?
What is the blue line?
I'm wondering if we get rid of the fence. Well, push the fence on the property line 4 or 5 feet within the property line. And then instead of having the fence in the front yard, so we don't have that 15-foot problem, we bring the fence into the side of the house on the east
You mean to
side.
dispense with all of the fencing that's shown now on the no Nantum side?
Yes,
Like
correct.
just do away with it?
Yes.
Why, I know one person who's gonna be very happy, Stephen.
I would make two.
Oh, you're making everybody happy, Heather. So what do we think about that? And Heather, again, it's not for us, but it's something you're gonna have to look into is the two curb cut thing. So far, there's no like
Yeah.
HDC related critique of it, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I double checked with DEP. I mean, right now we have 4 curb cuts, 2 on each road. So she did say I would have to go to planning and then double check with them on that. But we are reducing to the 4 curb cuts to 2 now.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, sure.
The zoning bylaw, the Nantucket zoning bylaw, chapter 139-20.1 is what I would recommend you taking a look at.
Okay.
Love the way you rattled that off. They're impressive. Okay, so Heather has made a proposal for us, which is basically to move the fence in on that neighbor's side by what margin did you say, Heather? 4 feet?
Yeah, with 4 feet, and then we
4 feet,
eliminate.
and then wrap it back into the house so that all the fencing along No Nantum can go away. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, can we modify the Nantucket type 2 to a real Nantucket type 2?
Okay, so Connie suggested to do a real bona fide Nantucket type 2.
Yep, I'll take it from the website.
Would make the chair
I'm
very
building
happy.
with Nantucket in mind, page 168.
Is it page 160? Okay.
Specific to me.
Look, it sounds like this proposal is gonna take wing. We should do it as an exhibit A, just so all of this is memorialized, and hopefully there's somebody that can just jot this down on the site plan for us. Is that okay? And also I need a motion.
Mm,
Well-
I'll make a motion, but I can't do the exhibit A
I can do it.
at the moment.
Okay.
Motion to approve with an exhibit A, removing the fencing on the Nonantum side and pushing it back to start at the edge of the building
Um,
and taking the fencing, the wire mesh fencing on the east and moving it 5 feet from the property line.
And then Nantucket
Yep.
type 2.
And the fencing to
Make
go,
a motion.
and the fencing to go to type 2.
And can I second that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to be more specific about where the fence ends, on the east side. The one that would have gone around
Probably.
the front it ends at the stairwell, I believe is where you were marking it. Yeah.
Yes.
So where it's shown on the
Could-
screen.
Would it be possible to move it out towards the corner? I'm just,
Heather, you shouldn't give us something.
okay. Nope. Okay, have it at the garage.
Okay.
I mean, where it's bumping out.
You can always come back.
True.
Okay, so I
That was as
believe
clear as mud.
that was Val's motion. Thank you for the motion, Val.
Through an
Yeah.
exhibit A,
Through an exhibit
done by
A.
Angus.
Okay.
That's my motion.
And okay, so on Val's eloquent motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Heather, there you go.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, Matthew, Hummock Pond Road. And as you see, Val just left, so you're to 4 people.
That's fine.
Good? Okay. 198 Hummock
I
Pond.
think it's just logging on. There we go.
Oh,
Share. Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is pretty simple. This is 198 Hummock Pond Road. It's house you've approved. So we're here before you tonight for color clarification and a small porch addition to the left side of the north elevation. So the trim color was approved as Harbor Gray, and we would love to go to Stonington Gray, which is almost identical, but we just wanted to be thorough. And then in the previous iteration, you can see we had the garage that was parallel to the main dwelling. And when we were before you for that review, you asked that the garage itself be pulled further forward. So we had anticipated doing some connector piece, if you will, like a solid pergola. Now that the garage is not there, this wraparound porch just seemed a bit more appropriate. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Stonington Gray is on our list of approved color. It is not? Who makes that Stonington Gray? Is this a clad thing?
I think it's a Benjamin Moore color.
I mean, I've heard of it before. I just don't.
We've used it a bunch. I think
And honestly, I've heard more references to Stonington Gray than the other one that you got approved.
Yeah.
Do we have any kind of like samples or anything?
I don't know if we submitted any, but we can certainly get.
I don't want to make too much out of it because I know that the board has approved buildings out here that have been Stonington Gray. Okay. All right, any comments from the board, questions from Matthew? Oh, people,
Sorry.
It's a tough one.
yeah.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Okay. We have 2 things to look at, the gray and the porch. surely you must have comments on them.
Did something happen to your guys' mics? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Hear you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't see an issue with these. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, that was easy. Who's next?
I can go.
Yes, Connie.
I also think this is appropriate.
All right,
Thank
very
you.
good. Thank you. Angus?
I don't have anything to add.
All right, I think we can move this through.
Move to approve as submitted.
All right, great. Thanks, Angus. On Angus's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
you got,
Oh, it's
do you
right there.
mind if we just take Matthew's other one before we go back to you?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I was gonna see if I could hold the next application.
You want to hold dairy?
Please,
Sure. We love that kind
trying
of
to get
stuff.
you guys out of here early.
And just get the rest of the people to hold and we'll be fine.
It's not about me.
All right.
You guys.
So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna leap back to, was it no, not 2 Jefferson. 6th East Lincoln. Yep, we're gonna go back this. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Okay, 6 East Lincoln.
And the owner is here with me,
Okay.
Mary Ann
Thanks, Ann.
Jones.
Oh, no.
So we're reviewing the studio, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Right. What an adorable house. That is like an incredibly adorable house.
okay, so
Mhm.
you were looking at next door a little earlier today. This is a proposal for a little art studio for Mary Ann. Can we move it down a little, Fiona, to the site plan and the elevations? Yeah. Perfect. Well, this is going in the corner right next to the building you were reviewing earlier where they're wanting to put the fence, which is appreciated. Mary Ann's house does have the hedges that are growing in nicely and that'll give her more privacy. This is for a little art studio. And we are asking to elevate it slightly to the height of the existing historic house so that things don't get wet. Yeah, that's it. We tried to make it seem it was akin to the house that's there with copying a pitch and things like that. You'll notice that the HVAC is on the part of the house that is proposed to face the road. However, the fence, there's a hedge there and we will make sure the hedge screens it. You won't see any of this building except for the peak.
Any of
And
the building?
Mary Ann is here if anybody has questions.
Okay. You won't see any of the building because of the hedge?
Yeah, if you look at the photo, well, sorry, I'm not driving. The photos and especially the one that was prior for the fence application show how thick the hedge is from the road.
So obviously this beautiful photograph of the house is taken from inside the hedge.
Yes, exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, Val, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for either Val or the homeowner?
I have one question.
Yeah.
The hedge, is that typical hedge privet that loses its vegetation in the winter?
I think to some extreme, but it's pretty thick. And we are also happy to put some lattice in front of that mini split if that's an issue. Um, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I can do it.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks.
So, whoa, thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, the design is in keeping with what's already on the property, especially having to do with the guest house on the other side. But the auxiliary structures should be like the existing guest house or whatever it is on the back side behind the house. Um, and not up front, and the HVAC shouldn't be on the street side. And I see that there's a little bit of a setback to provide for that equipment. And I think that to go back that, whatever that is, 1.5 feet on the side rather than the front, makes sense to put the HVAC equipment on the east side instead of the north side facing the street.
That means the building would move closer to the house, which we were trying to avoid.
Okay, well, let's just.
Those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay. Angus, thank you. We got Stephen and Connie.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen.
So my concern is, I think with the privet there, this is not a concern, is that the AC unit will be hidden. I think lattice wouldn't hurt. And, my concern is the roof element. I think this should just be a simple, there's no dormers, there's no windows in the gables. This should just, to my mind, to be appropriate to be in the front yard, be a simple hip roof, wrap around and, call it a day. Thank you.
Let me make sure I understood you. So you think that just transforming the roof type to a hipped roof, you're in favor of? Is that?
Yeah, and in addition, in relation, as would be typical, the roof pitch would be dramatically lower. It'd be a much simpler roof system. It would appear simpler. It won't detract from the main house. In fact, it will, it shares the vocabulary of the covered porch. So there you go.
Got it. Okay.
By the way, if you wanted to take it one step further, you could go ahead and where the corner boards are, you could add in those faux brackets as faux brackets that would look like this was a covered porch or some type of a gazebo that got filled in with windows. But I'm not suggesting that, but it would add more vocabulary. I don't think it's necessary. I think the hip roof addresses all the issues. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Connie.
I like this little building, but I'm kind of after listening to Stephen, kind of curious as to that would simplify the building even more. I mean, I think it's charming the way it is. So I think that's it.
Can I make a suggestion?
You don't want to hear from?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to round things out. So I had this for review on consent. The only thing that struck me, it's a small, very attractive building. Yes, it is in the front yard, but I understand space is limited. I thought that it could become less vertical, and I understand the need for the floodplain and all that. But when I look at the west elevation, I see that there's like space between the eave and the head of the windows, which would have meant, bringing the roof down, 8 or 9 inches from what we're seeing and still having it all work. That was my initial thought. But when Stephen brought up about the hipped roof, at first I thought he was crazy. because this is a gable, of course, but then I looked at the porches and realized that we have these magnificent hipped roof wraparound porches that are fairly steep so that you get this great sense of volume. So I think that that's actually a pretty viable option. And it would be a heck of a lot easier to frame and everything. So although I think that I could certainly work with the cross gable, T-shaped gable that you're presenting now, I think that that's almost there. But I also think that the idea of a hip is actually a very good one for a lot of reasons. Anyway, Val, your turn.
Yeah, if it's simplification you're looking for, we could eliminate the cross gable and simply make it a gable from front to back, a simple shed. We'd like to leave the pitch, but we could lower it a little bit. I don't believe she wants, Marianne, and you can come up and speak if you'd like, a hip. What do you think about that as a simplification? My suggestion,
Turning it into a gable without. the
just a
cross.
gable, get rid of the cross.
And I think that, looking at the elevation that you have, the front
Yeah,
with the building, the main house in the background,
yeah,
it looks to me like that eave could come down to approximately where the eave of the porch is and you'd still have your windows at the same height.
okay.
I'm just saying,
No,
'cause
I
right
think
now
we
it's-
made that wall height a little higher, but we can lower it.
Well, anyway, so a lot of ideas have been thrown around. What does the board think?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Paul.
thank you. I had a question on the FEMA flooding. This is an AE8 and I'm curious because it's not an actual it's if somebody's going to be using it, you're going to be not living in it, but did you touch base, or maybe Stephen can opine on that? Because this is in the AE7 flood zone.
It's not a house. I don't believe it needs to be raised like that. This is a choice so that things don't get wet. And we're keeping it even with the porch of the house. So it's as low as possible, but just lets a little water go underneath.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure that was adjusted. Thank you.
thank you.
But that's a really interesting question, if it's not a dwelling.
Right.
It does not need to adhere to the FEMA regs.
Right.
That's very interesting. Never thought of that. Thanks, Holly. Okay, back to the board. Does anybody have a brilliant idea here?
So I don't think this has any business in the front. There isn't another structure like this on East Lincoln that's in front of the house, but I can see that I'm outnumbered on that one. I do agree with Stephen's idea about lowering the impact of this by playing off the hip porch. So I would make a motion to approve as submitted with a hipped roof that comes to the head casing.
We'll come back with revisions. We don't want a hip. Thank you.
I was
I-
getting that impression.
Yeah.
I'm going to change that motion to hold for revisions. How does that sound?
Thank you.
Okay, Angus,
All right.
can I
Stephen, go ahead.
can I second that for discussion? It seemed like there
seconded a
was,
motion that was withdrawn, but I'll allow.
yeah. Yeah, well, no, I'm going to second the one where he said to hold for revisions.
Yes.
I just, it seems to me like we're kind of dancing around here. There seemed to be consensus from the applicants and the applicant's agent of removing the cross cable and no resistance to lowering the top plate. So I think that's where we're going to end up. Why not cut to the chase and have someone such as myself make a motion to address that now?
Well, that would be fine. You'd get my vote.
You get my vote.
So Angus, would you rescind, not to make this a pattern for you, but rescind your second motion also?
God. All right, I am withdrawing my motion.
Thank
Yes.
you. So, through Mr. Chair, make a motion for an Exhibit A to be written up by you. Thank you. To remove the cross cable and lower the top plate 6 inches, 9 inches, Val. You good with that?
Yep, good with that. So that's your motion?
Yes. Oh, and
All right.
lattice on the condenser.
Lattice on the condenser. Okay, that will be part of the Exhibit A. Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Nay.
okay, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Okay, so we're back to the normal agenda, item 11, 17 Cynthia.
Mr. Chair, let me just see if this person is here for 17 Cynthia. Can you raise your hand?
Oh, for solar.
Matt Ryder, are you here for 17 Cynthia Lane and 4 Hull? I don't think he is.
Oh, that's gracious.
Not here.
I don't think they're here.
Okay, so Suncovia is not here, so that means we're,
Stand by, he did raise his hand. Matt?
Oh, that's 39 orange.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. Okay. I'm getting all confused. Okay.
You've got to wait a little bit.
okay.
Okay, so 17 Cynthia and 4 Hull are not
We're,
here for representation.
so we are skipping 17 Cynthia and
Yes.
4 Hall,
Yes.
correct? Okay, this is good. This is serendipitous because Lisa is now going to present 14 Coffin, Angus is going to chair, and I'm going to write up the Exhibit A for what we just reviewed. Okay? Good?
Good.
Welcome, Lisa.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, thank you. Looking forward to the storm.
It's upon us.
It is.
So we've got 14 Coffin Street and the board is everyone but Ray. We've got, yeah, we've got Stephen online,
Yeah.
Connie, Val, and myself.
Okay, so this is revisions to a previously approved application. And interestingly enough, I think the comments, if anybody read them, there was some thought that this was an old building, but I think I provided information to show that the round windows that were character defining were actually put in by Ray in the late 90s. So, and I have documents to show that. He's so famous. So I think that was one of the concerns. And I also have, because I went out and looked at the visibility from Pittman, I brought a aerial map to show there's a house right in the way of viewing the side of this building from Pittman, if anybody wants to see that as well. So the major addition, or the addition to this, is actually linking the space that's between an existing pool cabana and the building itself and connecting them. So if you go to the next page, let's see, that's the right elevation. I would, and there's some fenestration changes. That's the elevation where there are currently round windows, where we're actually just putting in double hungs and 6 lights to remove the round windows and the oval window. The following elevation is, let's see, I have to just get my bearings. I was just changing that, the fenestration under that porch. And to a Dutch door, and then revising the fenestration on the left-hand side. And then the next sheet shows that addition. Oops, sorry. Sorry, one more up, Fiona, sorry. That's on the bottom. That's the addition. That's that hip to roof building is the pool cabana. And then we linked it with a low roof, and where that single door is and the 2 windows is the new addition. And it opens up onto the pool. And the pool is sort of right in the middle of that L and the hedge. There is a little way on the left-hand side. I also brought a photo of the hedge that's along that property line that will not be disturbed. So you guys can see that. If you want me to hand those out, I'm sorry, I don't have it digitally for Stephen. Hedge.
Oh.
On the way. This is the way over here. And these are those. That's quite a distance away.
For Stephen's benefit, are these images available?
I emailed the. Yeah, I didn't get a chance for him. Yeah, because this is the architectural plans that show that those round windows were added.
Ray's character defining elements.
That's right. I don't think those round windows are visible from any place anyway at the moment, because it's so close to the property line there.
Oh, great. I was going to ask about that. Lisa, if you're finished, we could
I
open,
think I'm finished if
Okay.
anybody, unless anybody has any questions.
could open it up for questions. Anybody have any questions? Going once? Going twice? Holly, do you have any comments you'd like to share?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lisa actually addressed my comments specifically on those windows. I thought they were character defining. I mean, really, they are. They were just additions to the dwelling. I guess overall, my only comment would be while the wall that's facing that elevation is clearly not going to be seen, it is a little atypical to not have any fenestration within it. Other than that, that'd be it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments?
I think given the proximity to the hedge that's there, I'm okay with the non-fenestration, and I think the rest of it's appropriate.
Thank
to
you,
the
Val.
house. Thank you.
Connie?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate and approvable. Thank you.
Stephen?
I agree.
And I agree as well that that area of non-fenestration was a concern, but seeing that there's a house adjacent to that that will screen it and the distance that it is from the street and the angle that you would see it if you saw it makes it a non-issue for me. Who would like to make a motion?
You make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa. And
I am going to sit off to Shore completely. That was someone I was working with before.
okay. We,
I'm Ann DeRusso, the owner. Hi.
actually, if we could take a 5-minute bio break, and then Ray can jump in after, if that's okay.
Of course.
Thanks.
Thanks, Steve.
Andy, you're gonna represent.
Yes.
Pardon me? You're gonna represent. I don't see your eye on.
He's calling in, but I'm prepared to present it.
Yeah, because he was here before and he dropped off.
Yeah. You know, he may not have anticipated that we were going to skip and probably thought he had a little more time. I'll text him now. Oh, he's here.
There he is.
In person.
Two seconds. Everybody has to.
Everybody
just
took a
run.
bio break for a minute.
It's like half an hour traffic from town. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it is cool.
Ooh, Angus and who else?
Hey, what is first?
Here,
Stephen should. Stephen, okay.
Oh, the last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this? No, that's right. What is saying? It's right here.
We can show the calculation when we file, so it's not even an issue. Maybe go and show. Like it's really,
It was, yeah, it was in the old applications actually, which we
Yeah.
did, and what we are doing is we are showing you as that because there is full.
right, but I'm saying,
Yeah,
right.
you can- But I want to find this.
So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And show it to them.
I did.
sorry.
What are we starting with the shed?
We'll just have to scan that whole thing as exhibit A.
Just kind of a pain.
Yeah,
Oh, shoot.
I need to I was logged in, but I need to log in again.
So should I take a picture, airport, and send it to you? With the address? I think it's, I don't know, something to.
Ooh, let's see. Are you off this one? Oh. Wait. Are we all here? We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we can get going. So this is Two Shore Road, a number of applications. Now, the first one is the shed. Is that the proper order? Should we be reviewing the shed first? Okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay, Two Shore Road shed. Everybody on board? Main house. New. Main house, pool shed. Yep,
To move on. 92 Oh, I know which one. To Washington. Where's the grand store?
Okay, can I start or?
yeah, I think so,
Okay.
you're right. I'm trying to figure out why the shed would be reviewed first, but I guess there's some logic to it.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I mean, the shed, it's basically what was approved by HDC previously to move on, but we never had an approval to the location where we put it. So the shed is actually on the lot. We just wanted to show where it will be on the lot. We're not changing anything on the shed. It looks like the same way as it was moved from Washington Street.
And if I may add, it was even in our last application, it just wasn't called out, but it was on the site plan.
Okay,
So it's basically cleaning up everything and making sure it's specifically listed.
I see. So the shed is like right smack on the property line.
Right, and we had placed it there because it was, and in fact, if you go back to some of the conversation, we actually even talked about the shed in approving the last plan of attaching 92 Washington to Two Shore. And one advantage was that it blocks any view that you would have of Francis Street of the 92 Washington. So we talked about the shed and it was on the site plan. It just wasn't called out in the actual application itself. So we're coming back in an abundance of caution just to have it specifically listed.
Okay.
So at the time, it was a good idea to actually block 92 Washington edition.
Any comments from the sitting board? You are down to a 4-person board, as I'm sure you know.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I had no concerns with this application. It's formalizing the actual shed that was moved from 92 Washington Street. My only recommendation would for the COA to reference that HDC number for the move off. Other than that, no concerns.
Do we have that number?
I do in my staff comments. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay, so we just need to put that on the approval. Okay. All right. Comments from the board. Thank you, Holly. Comments from the board.
I don't have any concerns, other than just taking advantage of Holly's note about adding the reference to the previous COA.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Next,
I also have no concerns.
good. Stephen, anything?
Motion to approve is submitted.
With the previous C of O, C,
Yes, yep.
yeah. correct.
Per staff's comments.
Very good. Thank you. On Stephen's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So there's one down. All right. Next, we got garage addition.
So this is a garage addition, just trying to create more parking for the property. And we submitted a plan. I know in the comments, there was, Holly had a comment about the type of garage that it was. And I actually kind of had, Garage had created a first version. This is a second version because I went by the Union Street house that was approved and it kind of looked like that. And so I had called him and I said, I'm not opposed because he had done an addition on one side. And I said, I'm not opposed to blowing out both sides to make it centered. And I kind of looked at that Union Street concept. So we are open to whatever you would prefer. My goal was just to get an additional garage bay. How it looks, I leave it to you to tell me what's most appropriate if you prefer something different.
Yeah, pretty much this is what we're proposing, which would be visible from the driveway, like looking straight into the property with added garage door, which existing door is overhead. So we're adding the same type overhead garage door on the left side and extending it both ways. And as Holly was commenting on the dormers, maybe not appropriate. We are just extending them a little bit to align with the change in the roof pitch. So they are not too high and showing too much of that steeper roof underneath them. So this is the basically only change and only visible probably because everything else will be behind, in the corner behind other buildings. And
Okay.
it's extending, I think, 5 feet on each side.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Board members, are we ready?
No concerns.
Okay, Stephen, thank you.
I can go.
Yeah, thanks.
So, yeah, there's something about the massing of this that just doesn't sort of ring with everything else that's in the historic district. And that is that the doors are kind of straddling where what probably would have been where the break is in the roof, where that would have been like a taller shed, gable roof and then a shed added to it. And so I think adding a shed to one side makes it more appropriate. And the dormers, typically in a building that's this low, that's a garage, the, the dormer would be to bring a little bit of light into a workspace, you know, be 4 feet wide or something. But to have dormers that go the full length, all except for the edges, I don't think is appropriate. So I would, I would prefer to see revisions to it, to that effect of reducing the dormer widths by half and definitely stepping them back when they are this close and you see them from a distance. What it looks like is a 17-foot building with a 4 pitch. Also, the dormers, if they are going to remain, need to step off the ridge and expose the ridge. Just following the building with Nantucket in mind guidelines. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Connie?
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add. I do think those dormers need to be stepped back. I'm just not sure. There's, and I'm not sure how to even explain, but there's just something about that, the garage that just doesn't seem to fit in the OHD. But I'm, like I said, I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to get at. Sorry, thank you.
Yes, I think that's it. Yeah, he has it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what was in the
The
comment.
basic, I mean, what I'd like.
Hang
to
on,
do-
hang on. No. So Connie's spoken, now it's my turn. So, the gull wing thing is definitely not working for me, and I think Angus had it right when he said, just a shed off to one side. So take the existing building. Couldn't be simpler. Dormers stay the way they are because they're there. And then just a shed off to one side or the other and put 2 garage bays in that. That would be my vote.
It's
Yeah,
drawn behind.
So Holly just,
Yes.
free of charge.
Yep.
So anyway, sorry, now I said my piece, you're allowed to respond.
Oh, he drew it behind you and I know you're disadvantaged because the screen's behind you. But that is the first version he had was, because then you just keep everything the way it is and we're just adding another garage bay. And he actually drew it
Right
that
up
way.
here? Well, yeah, that's what I was just suggesting.
And he had actually sent it to Holly when we had that meeting, but we looked at that and then we went to this version and.
I think this is just a lot more straightforward.
Yeah.
You know, it's unpretentious. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, well, let me just say, I'm not the board, but like that alternative is much more preferable for me anyway. What would we like to do, folks? You want to see it drawn up that way?
Preferably,
Maybe through staff, the way I showed you.
yes.
Well,
That would be my motion.
Pull it up, he's got it
nice.
here.
What's your motion?
Well, I was going to say approve through staff with the revisions that we've discussed, but
You're right to do them Exhibit A.
Exhibit
Well,
A.
again, I have
Yeah.
to be mindful of the fact that Stephen,
Right, can't see that. Right.
a voting member, doesn't have the benefit of seeing what you just showed me.
I trust my cohorts, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. You know, basically, I think, it's do a shed off to one side, everything else remains equal. And then you just put 2 garage doors there rather than 1, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And if my math is correct, did you say 5 feet on either side was this proposal, the one that we reviewed initially? So you're talking about 10-foot
10 feet.
shed off to one side,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly, yeah.
And which side does that shed go off of?
Harbor side.
If you look
Let's
from the
see.
front,
So,
it's on the left, like I sketched. So towards the main house.
okay, so the shed is going to the north.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay? Do we want to do that as an exhibit A? Because I could draw that up.
Motion to approve for Exhibit A.
Okay. Connie, thank you. On that motion, Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. So I'll draw that up.
And then
Would
discussion.
you, just. I'll
Yeah,
do it.
okay.
Then I-
Yeah. Okay, so we've done the shed, the garage. Okay, so
Oh,
the next piece is the pool.
So we're starting this presentation with, I had gotten Concom approval. So we wanted to start with what had been approved there so that we could then go by comparison. In the approval for the main home, we had discussed the deck and we had approved a smaller version of the deck. And we were coming back with the pool. So this first version you see is the Concom approved version. Holly had concerns about the calculations for the, I can't remember the acronym, it's BW something NIM. Building with Nantucket in mind. And in this Concom approved version, it does meet that calculation. So this is nice to keep because then it already has Concom approval and this is where they approve the position of it. The deck meets that calculation. None of this can be seen. We included all the vegetation that we also had already discussed and approved from the last meeting for the attachment of 92 Washington to 2 Shore Road. And it is all fenced in and you can't see anything from the aging center, senior center. I'm struggling with the name because I have a motion to change the name because I am now almost like they said that you can join when you're 55 and I just turned 55 and thought we've got to change the name now. So
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
so if we, this is the preferred, if we could get your comments on this, and then we have various other versions if the deck remains an issue, but again, it is not seen. It is my preference as a mom of 4 children, and I've been to the emergency room at Nantucket Cottage Hospital twice already this summer, to not have any steps from, that was Holly's other comment. And when we had met, I said, I remembered there was a preference for everything not being seen. And one concept would be, we had that smaller deck from the last time, and then you could have steps down to another deck. But I just, steps on a deck, I would prefer to minimize, particularly if they're in the middle of the deck.
So also if I can comment a little or explain a little more on all these 3 options, we are, as Anne said, we are not really extending the deck. Maybe in this first one option, we're adding a little bit of the corner on the top or on the right side. But all other options, like this option B, is not extending the deck. There will be pool which will have just walls visible or not visible behind the fence and all the landscaping, all the trees, and it will not really make it feel like there is more deck, or there is not really more deck actually. It's only the pool. And also for Holly's comment about the length of the deck, which pretty much stays the same as with the main house, which didn't change. That was below 30% of the whole perimeter of the house. So we are not more than what the guidelines say. It's definitely below that. And yeah, we have these 3 options, which the option C is with the pool turned with the short short edge, short end towards the Southmar Center and towards the property line. And option B is showing pool kind of more exposed, further away from the deck.
It's
with
basically the same thing as the first one,
the
except
first
that
one.
you remove the deck around it. So
Yeah.
that there was less deck. I just wanted to provide all options. Again, just for
And there's
safety,
the first one.
kids, or everything, I prefer, and also for the fact that it is already Concom approved exactly that way. I prefer to have you first comment on that plan, the
And-
first one, please.
And for also for the visibility from the parking lot from the Salmar Center, I added this elevation with all these approved plans and the fencing, which you can see it's above the pool level, which is 6 feet plus little taller plants. So it's really not visible from that point of view or from that elevation.
Which is in my interest as well. No one wants to be at the pool and be facing a parking lot. So I want to have the landscaping on my side as well, which we've already discussed and done beforehand.
Am I still chairing?
You are. I mean, yeah, sorry.
All right. So any questions from the commissioners?
I gotta catch up.
Okay, so. Oh, is there? So the deck was already approved that this is intersecting with and is adjacent to.
Yeah, and Concom approved deck and pool, all of this together.
So, because I don't remember the deck being,
Oh, you mean your approval, your
Yeah.
previous approval, that's where we have the line.
that's what I thought.
Because we had other versions and at the time we said, let's just make the deck as small as possible so we reserve the conversation about deck and pool later and could move on with getting the house approved because it was sitting in the air, not attached
Right.
without work.
Thank you. So, commissioners, comments? So what we're looking at in all these proposals is a larger deck than what was proposed in a raised pool in addition to it, basically. You don't all have to jump at it at
Yeah,
once.
sorry, I'm still playing catch up.
Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I'd like to do a view, and if the deck isn't there, I'd like to have the corner and the length of the rail staked out and take a look at it from there.
Thanks for that, Stephen. Anyone else?
I second what Stephen, for the purposes of discussion, of course. No, I'm kidding, but I like what Stephen said.
Connie? Yeah, I think it probably helps to
Yeah.
get a visual
This is,
on this. So just to clarify, Stephen, you're making a motion to show where the existing deck is and what is proposed, sort of
Yeah.
laid out for
Yeah, I'd
you?
like to, just for clarity, I'd like to see the corners, the outermost corners closest to the lot lines of the proposed deck staked and some type of visible, staking in between with a line strung that's visible from Washington Street so we can see what can be seen. Washington Street extension, rather.
And that's the one that's approved by Concom because there are three different versions, proposals.
I'm sorry, the one I'm looking at is the one on the screen that says Concom approved pool location,
Yeah, okay.
and it's bubbled in red.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the first one. It was, the other options were just,
Full.
okay, what if we reduce the deck?
Okay.
Yeah, so it looked to me, just by the way, that this is the one that is potentially the most impactful and therefore the one to view, and we can make decisions from that, was
And
my
let me ask,
rationale.
if we go to the next option, would you still then want to have that staked and viewed?
It would probably be helpful. I was thinking maybe different colored tapes or something to sort of
Or I'm
show,
thinking
but
more like a yes today kind of thing where you
Yeah.
want to go to
Thinking-
construction,
Thinking of you.
no
yes.
matter what. Okay.
So, on your motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Ray,
Aye.
and I am an I as well. So just let us know when it's ready for viewing and we'll,
I'll have it
Good.
done tomorrow.
great.
Great.
We have all the crew on site.
Thank you.
Okay.
Last one. Ray,
Yeah, and
you wanna
I'll
over?
take this.
Okay.
I appreciate your sharing the last one. Okay, so now we're on to main house fenestration.
And Holly has a concern about the front door. If I can just remove that issue by just saying I'll just keep it to the style that's existing. I was going to make it a glass front door, but
Hmm.
can make this easier by keeping it as is. If Holly thinks that looks better, I'm okay with that. And so the others was adding 2 bathroom windows. And then in the upstairs kitchen, there are a door and a window, and just so simply I can get more cabinet space, I wanted to delete a window and have only a door from the kitchen. And then, oh, we're changing everything to 2/1 because we wanted everything to match between the houses.
So right now, there's 2/1 are on the existing house.
There are 2/1 on the Shore Road house, on the one that was there, and that moved on from Washington Street had 6/6, I believe. And we are changing all that to be all uniform 2/1.
Okay. So I'm looking at all these bubbles. By the way, I'm looking at previously approved. It doesn't particularly help when we see red bubbles on that because it, like the roof walk is already approved, for example.
right.
So mainly east elevation, just switching out the windows, sizes are the same. It's just going to 2/1, right?
Yeah.
And then on the north elevation, all the windows that are bubbled are going to 2/1, same size, right?
Yeah, same size.
Okay,
And-
and then the doors are bubbled for what reason?
We are just replacing them with the same size, same type doors. We just bubbled it as because we are changing it like kind pretty much. I just bubbled it.
Okay, so they're bubbled,
you know
but
we are
it's
replacing.
really like kind.
And yeah, they are all 15 lights.
Okay,
And then on this north elevation is where we're adding a bathroom window. One, there's 2 bathroom windows being added. That's one of them.
okay. And then the front door, oh yeah, yeah.
In the front door.
You're suggesting per Holly's recommendation to go back to what you had before,
Yes.
or what's there now.
So I'll change it to like kind. I think I have, like, turns out all the doors and windows needed to be replaced anyway because they were.
The
Two?
door is not visible at all, but we can change it.
The door,
Yeah, it's
front
like
door.
stepped in probably like 7 feet into the front elevation, and it's not, yeah, it's behind the shed. It was just approved, so it's not really not visible.
You can't see from the street.
Yeah,
The reason I wanted to make it windows was just to allow more light into the entryway. And
Okay.
because I have total privacy, because Shore Road only goes to this house.
All right, let's see what the board members have to say. Same board, obviously. Comments?
Go.
All right.
Yeah, I think this is fine. I think it's appropriate. It's like you said, like kind of just changing to 2/1s. And that front door, I don't think I have much of an issue with it. I think, like you said, it's not going to be very visible. So I think I'm okay with it the way it is. Thank you.
Okay, so you're okay as proposed?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, very good. Thank you. We got Angus and Stephen.
Okay, I'll go.
Thanks.
Due to the visibility of the front door only from basically the driveway, I'm okay, especially with the screening of the shed that was approved. The 2/1 switch, I think the 6/6 would be much more appropriate, but the existing building is 2/1. Is that correct? The main building?
The Shore Roadhouse is 2/1.
The Shore Roadhouse, the one that was existing, not the one that was brought
Right.
to it. Yeah, I mean, I would much rather see the 6/6, but it's hard to say, switch that since it was already existing. So, I'm fine with it as well.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I don't have any concerns with this.
Okay, I think we can move it.
If you're replacing all the doors, it would be so much more preferable to having the kick panels. Is that something that we could get your interest in doing?
And if I could just leave it the way it is, because I kind of already got the door order ready, everything. And from a construction standpoint, days matter to get this house closed up.
Yeah, no,
And
you've
yeah.
already got 15 light windows, so it was just
Yeah, if I hadn't,
Sure.
I already paid Marine, like, cause it was like to like on that stuff. And I've already paid so I would prefer to not lose that money.
if you wouldn't lose any money and you
They already
could,
told me
and
I
you-
would. I know. 'cause
Oh,
he was
you
gonna
asked him
bring
about the
extra-
kick panels?
And I
Yeah.
said, just hold on the
Okay.
2 bathroom windows,
Yeah.
cause I didn't get that, and hold on the front door, but.
Point of order.
Yes, sir, Stephen.
Yeah, sorry. It's inappropriate for us to be discussing money. It sends a bad message to others, and I don't want to encourage that.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
There we go. Okay, Angus has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Connie,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. There's that.
All right, thank you for your time.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
This is, oh, yeah. Okay, next is 39 Orange. Do we have somebody to rep?
Well, it's me and Matt Ryder, the architect, is on somewhere.
Hey, Val.
But I have a few questions. We didn't see Holly's comments till today to review, and so there's some good points to take note of. We were inclined to have you guys make comments because we think it would be helpful. But if I understood correctly earlier, if there's a 4-person board, you can't have anybody come on if you agree to the 4-person board, correct?
No, only one person, you can only miss one meeting. It doesn't matter which one. So you have a 4-person board now. I could ask Abby to Mullen. She doesn't have to, but I can ask her. They're not obligated to, but that's,
Okay.
that makes any sense.
Well, let me ask
Mi-
Matt.
Miss-
He's here.
Mr.
Matt,
Chair.
Stephen, go.
Yeah, I just want to point out, probably Kathy was just trying to be succinct, but every single one of the members who isn't sitting tonight can mull it in on it. They would,
Well,
they wouldn't be
yes.
active, but they could mull it in. And therefore, if say just to be clear with respect to process, if we're engaged in an application that appears that it will be drawn out for some reason once discussion begins, there would be alternates in the queue because others mullened in. So I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you.
Hey, Stephen, I'm not sure I get that. So right now, our issue is that with Val on the other side of the table, we literally only have 4 people.
Right.
You
Right,
can't
so-
be one of them.
So
Without any.
if I may say it differently, the members who are not here, Abby, Carrie, and Joe, could all mullen. They would not all sit, but they would be available to sit in the future as long as they didn't miss another meeting.
I
Right,
get it.
yeah, and
All right.
he makes a good point.
Well, so
because
you're not
it's unusual.
disagreeing with Kathy, you're actually like augmenting.
No, I would never do that, at least not publicly.
All right, let me ask Matthew what he'd like to do.
I'll leave it up
Matt,
to I'll leave it up to you, Val. Whatever you think the best path forward is.
Please.
Well,
We're here.
I say let's take comments, and if we can,
All right,
you know, have people mulling in
Here we go.
to sit on it when it comes back, then let's do it.
39 Orange. We're going for it. We're diving in.
It's up to you, Matt. Take it
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna share my screen. So we are thank you tonight for the opportunity to present to the board. My name is Matthew Ryder of Niche Architecture and Interiors, and we are proposing work on the barn structure at 39 Orange Street. 39 Orange is the Franklin Nickerson house, originally built in 1834, and the garage was built in the late 19th, earliest 20th century. It is located mid-block and not visible from the public way. It is a single-story structure that looks like this. And what we are proposing to do to it is retain as much as possible of the existing footprint as we can, while taking the opportunity to expand north of the property, away from the property line, about 11.5 feet out, and the full width of the existing face. As we go to the proposed plan, the green outline shows the existing barn footprint, and then this clouded red box shows the addition that we are proposing on the first floor. As a part of the scope of work, we are also proposing finished second floor space on top. The existing barn does have a loft, which is not accessible by stair, but by ladder. And we are proposing to tear the roof off, raise the top plates, and build a habitable space up on the second floor. On the exterior, you can see here we have clouded the areas that is going to be proposed. So as we can see on the left here, we are maintaining the existing footprint, and then raising the roof, and then raising the top plates on the lean-to, and then the main barn structure to create that second floor space. On the reverse side, this is where the new addition will expand out from that existing footprint. And the piece that's being retained over here is the lean-to, but the top plate will be raised, so that roof will be newly created with the new framing up above. As we swing to the side elevations, you can see obviously this whole second floor will be new. We're preserving as much of the lean-to as we could, minus raising the roof. And then similar on this side, the original barn footprint would be here, and then the addition would be expanded to the north on the page right down here. The proposed materials on the outside are going to be white cedar natural weather to match the main house on Orange Street. All the new windows proposed are 6/6 single windows, and then on the patio side, we have 3/4 light doors with kick panels. On a separate application, we do have a patio being proposed off of the new addition space. You can see here, this is the existing barn structure outlined here in yellow. And then again, clouded in the red will be the new addition space, and then the new patio to the north of that. Outside of that, everything else will be cedar trim, matching gutter and downspout profiles from the main house. And I think and obviously true divided lights. I think that'll
Okay.
do it for me.
Okay. Any questions, folks?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I mean, other than maintaining the footprint, what is remaining of this 1900 structure? And is there a demo plan for the
Well-
the existing structure?
There is. Although it does beg the question.
Yeah, a lot of it is being demoed due to the existing state. We are trying to maintain as much of the exterior wall as possible while understanding with the program requirements that the owner would like to achieve building up. So so you can see here a lot of demo, but we do have these white walls showing the proposed area to be existing to remain.
Okay. Yeah, so that was questions. Should we dive into it, folks?
Five.
That was you, Stephen?
Yes.
Are you diving or what?
Yeah, I just, well, I guess a follow-up to, on Angus, I think the idea of documentation of demo, look, I think that there is, a basis that we should have extremely clear documentation as to every piece of wood being demoed or removed or restored or recovered in any of these applications. So it's not necessarily just this one. In addition to that, let me see. I wanted to, can we go to the site plan, please?
Sure.
And do we have the locus to reflect on for a moment?
Sure thing. One sec.
Yeah, one couple up, back up. It looked like a black and white, like from my recollection. There you go. Yeah, so much of, well, actually, except for a portion of the Fair Street side, and an oblique angle, if at all, down that alleyway to the left of the lot, well, the neighboring lot, this isn't going to be visible. So then I think it falls to just, prudent and good design. Can we go back to the elevations? Good being, meaning appropriate, to Nantucket. Ordinarily, I would have a concern about the outdoor fireplace, its visibility, it's the massing relative to the size of the structure. I don't believe this is going to be an element directly visible. If there is any chance, I would want to see this some type of a stakeout at the height and the perimeter of it. But at the same time, I think given the viewscape through Fair Street, you're never really going to understand what it is. But I think in fairness, that should be considered, fairness to the community and out of diligence by the commission. Other than that, I mean, there are elements that could be, I think, hemmed and hawed on. John, by the way, John McLaughlin's birthday is 2 days hence. Just a note for you all. And what made me think of him is the brackets with the curve on them, which would be determined inappropriate, but for the fact that they won't be visible. Those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
I agree with what Stephen said. And I think from past precedents, we need to be very careful with any kind of demolition and have, concise and precise documentation. But my other thought is not much of the original garage or barn or whatever we're calling it is actually remaining. And I think, the new structure, while a handsome building, it's certainly taking away from any type of historic aspects of this, you know, tiny little garage structure, or not tiny, but this little garage structure behind 39 Orange. So I might be hesitant with any kind of you know, approval without some more careful thought to the historic structure and fabric. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Angus.
Thanks. So, kind of along Connie's comments, you know, it's up to us to maintain the character of these structures that are getting alterations too. This is definitely, you know, without a doubt, changing the character of this structure. It's, you know, it's not a small shed on one side or something. It's, it really is changing the structure dramatically. And, in my mind, it's a demolition. We need to get more information about, you know, at what point is something a demolition, but to me, the old building is going away and this is a new proposal. And my concern is, you know, if there's a 10-acre lot with a 200-year-old house on it and it gets demolished, you know, if we can't see it, is that allowed? And so I've got issues with this application. And I definitely would want more information to give any sort of real opinion. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. I kind of feel the same way, not kind of, but like putting aside the fact that for all intents and purposes, a historic little garage, diminutive garage is being demolished, and I don't think that can be denied. Putting that fact aside, I would say this building doesn't have any, doesn't have a nod to the old garage, barn. It also doesn't have a nod to the house that it is theoretically a guest house to. But third, even if this was on a lot all by itself in the middle of town, I still don't think I would approve it. Like the exterior chimney, the run-on shed dormers, tiny windows, you know, there's so much about this that I could get into the weeds on, but I'm not going to right now. I just think it has a long way to go. And that brings me around to, you have a four-person board. And I think it's pretty important that you get a five-person board on this. It's right in the middle of town. We're dealing with a historic barn that is an accessory building to a historic house, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we need to hold this for some revisions or whatever. Can I have a motion?
I'd make a motion to hold for revisions and more information, specifically elevations, and making it very clear what is being saved and what is being demolished.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the motion. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen. See there?
Aye.
There we go. And I'm in favor. Thank you. Let's see, Chip Webster again.
Thank you.
All right.
Chip.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we
All
still
right.
can. We
Chip
still
Webster
can.
again. Chip Webster again for an application in Canterbury. And if I could share the screen, I will walk you through it. Here it comes. All right. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for proposed fenestration revisions at existing house at 16 Canterbury. I want to start with the locus plan, which has little arrows showing the various places. Each elevation does have minor proposed changes, but I want to point out that the rear elevation is not visible at all. And then there's where there's a new addition You can see on the left-hand side of that, there's a proposed window change there that would also not be seen because it's set back on that inside. So with that in mind, proposal on the street side, which is visible from the street, needless to say, a proposal for a changed entry system with a different. There is an existing entry system with the door and side lights, but proposed a reconfiguration of the lights on those the door and side lights. On the north elevation, changing the light pattern on a side entry door and two of the double hung units on the addition to match. They were previously approved smaller, as you can see in the upper drawing, to just get those to match the other first floor double hungs. Scrolling right along, this is the rear of the house, which is not visible, and you can see proposed light changes on the doors and a proposed window change at the kitchen. And last but not least, the south elevation, those two windows to the left that are the awning windows are set back from this elevation significantly, so you wouldn't see those. There would be a tangential view of the proposed change at that existing porch. You can see an entry door change and a removal of a window and door to replace with an outdoor shower that's beneath that porch. So with that, I turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chip. You're back to or we now have a 5-person board again. Who would like to begin? Thanks, Val.
I don't have any concerns with this. I think the rear is pretty unseen, especially underneath that porch. And yeah, that's all I have.
Okay. There we have that. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
I also have no concerns, and in fact, on the south elevation, I'm not sure why there were two doors. So I think the outdoor shower in one door is much more appropriate.
Yeah, agree. Thanks. Next.
I can go. This was actually on my consent list. And my concern was any sort of view from, not from Canterbury, but from the backside from the Coast Guard. Who knows, that, as far as public land and use, what the visibility is back there. I was curious about that, but also the front. It just seemed like a lot of glazing on the facade of a house, especially with the front door and the lengthening of the windows on the second floor where the balcony is. Yeah, I wasn't comfortable putting it on consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Are they lengthening stuff on the front?
Mr. Chair.
On the front, Chip, is
Mr. Chair, I just noticed something
No.
on the drawings. May I speak for a second?
You can.
Yeah, there's an error on the proposed drawing on the second floor. I don't know why. So that window that's on the second floor on the right-hand side, we're not proposing to make it the larger window that's shown on the drawing. I don't know how that happened. Were there no proposed changes to any of the windows on the front of the house? So that's
just the front door.
That's correct. Yeah. So we would obviously correct that window on the second floor on the right-hand side that's not drawn correctly on the proposed drawing.
All right. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Was that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Stephen?
I think the door is the least objectionable part of it. Nothing on Chip. I just, the amount of fenestration in these structures is just overwhelming. The window proportions, so many things about them. And, you know, they're client driven, but the door I think is fine.
Uh, well,
Okay, sorry.
but the
All the
package in
rest is
general,
just, sorry.
Yeah, my concerns are with the existing approval, said
sorry,
differently.
Stephen, say that one more time.
I said my concerns are with the existing or the existing
Oh,
approval.
the existing house as opposed to the changes. Yeah,
Yeah.
got it. Okay. Well, yeah, I sort of feel the same way with the exception of the thing that Angus brought up and clarified, which is those windows on the front elevation. Those are going to need to be corrected. But other than that, I'm okay with the revisions. Thank you. Could somebody give us a motion of some kind?
A motion to approve is submitted.
Can we change those windows?
Changing the windows that are allegedly not changing back to
Yeah.
what they are existing.
We'll scratch them up on the,
Exhibit A.
yeah, on an exhibit A. Okay. All right, let's try that out. Thanks for the motion, Val. On Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thanks again, Chip.
Wonderful. Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, 16 Lions, Atlantic.
Mr. Chair, Lindsay is not here or online.
Okay, we're gonna skip that. And I'm gonna rep these next two. I think.
207 Cliff. Okay. Val, you aren't going anywhere, are you? Ray, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, so nothing's up yet, but I can start it.
You just go.
What? No. I'll give you a little background. So this is one of the few remaining open lots in that Washing Pond subdivision by the what used to be the Black Water Tower is now the White Water Tower. Sorry, did I miss something? Oh, okay. So this lot is between Cliff Road and Washing Pond. It's got a lot of topography to it. Lisa and I did a design for a house that was frankly a lot larger than this one, probably 15 years ago. The owner got as far as putting the footings in, and then decided to sell the property, and there it sat until these new owners now came to me and with a more modest proposal. I'm not sure that we included the older drawings. I'm not sure necessarily that they're relevant. But basically what we're doing here is building into the slope so that much of what you're going to see from Cliff Road would appear to be single story, and then it opens up on the back side, the Washing Pond side, theoretically to look at the pond, although the vegetation is so tall at this point that they may possibly get a second floor view of the pond, but their view is actually more towards Maxi Pond across the street. And the house is basically sitting on the same excavated footprint that the old building was on. So at the top of that sheet is the front side that's going to be facing Cliff Road. The larger one underneath is the excavated thing that's facing towards Washing Pond. We're doing some retainage on the left-hand side. There's another house that this property used to, or the owners of whom used to own this piece of property, and they sit higher up on the hill, closer to the water tower, between this house and the water tower. So those are the two main elevations, and then we have the long side that sort of faces back towards the radio tower, and the little low section that faces up to the water tower, if that all makes sense. But so that's my presentation.
Thank you for that, Ray. Are there any questions from the board? I've got one question on the east elevation, which I guess is the facade facing Cliff Road. There's a red dotted line. Is that like existing grade?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, and it should show up everywhere. Yes, that's existing.
thank you. Okay, so commissioner comments.
I think it's appropriate, given the structures immediately around it that are also dealing with topography, and I appreciate keeping some of it 1 story. And what turns into 2 story is where the land spills off. I think it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Who'd like to go next?
I can go. I, I do have a question, through you, Mr. Chair. Um, Ray, the chimney is parged or?
It hasn't been discussed, but I think I tend not to like brick chimneys. So I prefer parge just because they blend in. This, by the way, is all gray trim. That was at the owner's request, which I was very happy about. I think it's gonna, sort of blend in more. Oh, it says brick, but it can be whatever. It's whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is appropriate and approvable. As is. Thank you.
That leaves Stephen. Stephen, are you with us?
Can you?
Oh, there you are.
Hello? Sorry, I'm having a problem with the mic. Oh, can we go back to the site plan, please? And zoom in on the locus.
On the locus.
Yeah, that's not going to get much clarity. Okay, I was hoping it was different there. Okay, and then back to the elevations, please. Okay, so Ray, to what extent is the west have any visibility?
Very little, Stephen. There's a little pathway that I think it's a right of way that boaters can go from Cliff Road down to the washing pond if they want to do freshwater fishing. You know that little road there?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
from down around there, I think you could see that side. And I
Okay.
think if you were on a boat in the pond, you'd be able to probably see the entire second floor of this.
Okay. And then can we go to the north and the south, please? Yeah, so my concerns when I previewed this is that the east is just it's most akin to the south, but very different from the front elevation. But visibility was the main concern. The second floor portion of it, can we go back to the northeast or the east-west. If you eliminate visibility of the what I would call the lower level, they're more congruent. I mean, there's some odds and ends. I'd have some concerns about the fenestration, but generally I don't have a concern. It was a long way to get to there. Sorry.
Okay, so that leaves me, and I appreciate the 1-story presentation on the Cliff Road. The lack of fenestration on the left side as you're looking at that east elevation was a little bit of a concern. A 1-story house with an off-center roof walk was a big concern for me. Certainly the west elevation, there's a lot of fenestration and a lot of picture windows, which we don't usually approve. And access to the pond is telling me that those things are going to be visible. So that's why I didn't put it on the consent list. What is the pleasure of the board?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I am an A. That is approved 3-1. Let's move on to the garage. Feel free to go ahead whenever it comes up, Ray.
Sure. So as you can see from this site plan, the garage is sort of in between the house and Cliff Road. And it's actually helping us to retain, well, this will be evident from the elevations, but like the house, we're using the building to do the retainage rather than, create retaining walls in the landscape. So the lower side of it, where the garage doors are, is taller, as you saw on the west side of the main house. And then as you go to the east, particularly the northeast, it almost goes to grade. You'll see that in a second. There we go. So yeah, kind of a mini version of the house where you have full size garage facing down towards the pond. And then it's kind of tucked into the hill so that the higher portion is almost looks like a cold frame greenhouse, set into the grade. That's it.
Thanks, Ray. Any questions? All right, Commissioner comments. Oh, by the way, this was on my consent list as well. And I wasn't sure if there was anything changing with the house, so I put it on this, but I didn't really have any issues with it. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, I appreciate, again, the digging into the natural grade that's there, and I think this is really gonna be diminutive from the road, so I have no concerns.
Thanks, Val. Connie
I also have no concerns.
and Stephen.
I agree.
I have no concerns. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Approved.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Ray, and I'll hand it back to you.
Wait, you want to speak here?
I haven't done it yet, so I don't want to mess it up. I could try it.
I'm going to promote you to panelist.
Okay, then yeah,
37.
Squam.
Look at you screen sharing. Look at you go.
Doing it properly, or is there a better way to do it?
Yeah, you actually have to highlight your plans and then hit share.
This might be something we could just let the staff do. I don't know. This is the first time I'm doing this, so.
Do you have a map? Oh, you got it.
All right. Yeah, it might just be simpler to have Fiona do it if all else being equal.
So you're not screen sharing.
I can unscreen share here. Yeah, it's a fairly optimized file, so hopefully it doesn't move too slowly. So this is the paddle court at 37 Squam. The board approved this a few weeks ago. Since then, we've had an opportunity to speak with some professional players, got some input from a Concom standpoint, and it's ultimately going to be a requirement that we're going to need to get the footings completely out of the 100-foot setback. So that's essentially because the groundwater so high to maintain that 2-foot separation. If we're in the 100, it's a no-go basically. So that's what this application is essentially attempting to accomplish. Through talking to the professional players, also we found that we can kind of optimize the playable volume to squeeze the structure in, to the sides and the rear of the court as much as possible without totally compromising the concept. So essentially, we're reducing the overall width of the structure as it faces the road, which was a sort of an issue of contention in the last approval, and creating the playable volume with shed masses and dormers that kind of come from the side. So reducing the mass on the Squam side, but potentially, increasing the mass on the yard side. So that would be the north and south side. If you don't mind scrolling to the next slide, we just have some direct comparisons of the previous. And so the top is what we're proposing, and the bottom is what was previously approved. So while elements of the main mast, the profile is the same, we've brought the sides in and then pushed the volume back to accomplish that with shed masses in the dormer. So the yard side again looks larger, but the street facing side looks a little bit more conventional from a barn standpoint. There's some minor fenestration changes that kind of go along with that, which you can see on subsequent elevations. But that's the gist of the application. I don't know if you're able to scroll to the next sheet. So again, this is the yard side, and then this is the tennis court side. So fenestration changes, but the main difference is that we brought it on the sides, and then again, we're accomplishing the playable volume with the dormer and the shed mass. It's back from the driveway, looking back towards Squam. And then we have the larger sheets moving forward. Essentially show the same thing.
Is this Louis LaFence's old house?
The name of the owner, Giorgio. We didn't do the original house. I think BPC did it a number of years ago.
Okay, listen, does anyone have any questions for each of these?
I have a question.
Yes.
So, like, in the proposed north elevation, it appears that the gables, the gable overhang or the rake overhang, like, extends further out as it goes up to the peak. I just wanted to make sure I was reading that right.
That's correct. We've been just looking at different kind of barn sort of elements, and we thought that sort of projection over where the sort of the block and tackle sort of piece would be an interesting element, but not something we need if the board doesn't like it, but we thought it sort of changed the profile a little bit.
Okay, it was just unusual. I wanted to make sure I understood it. Thank you.
Anyone ready to, thanks, Phil.
I have the only two sides that I had concerns about, but as we are reviewing this and Ethan speaking, I see the north was a big concern for me, but the tennis court is in front of it. And it looks like that's heavily screened. So that alleviated my concern there. And then the south, I thought I had concern with, but again, I see you come into the lot and around to turn into this area and it's screened from the road. So I just talked myself into having no concerns.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Who's next?
I can go. I do have concerns on that north elevation. And, but if you're saying that it's not visible, I guess that goes away, but I still think I'm concerned about that north elevation. The connector. Thank you.
Okay, Tony, thank you. Next.
Just as a point of clarification, we've significantly reduced the glazing on the connector. So the bottom one is what was previously approved.
But that's the other, the big part is bigger doors. But the connector's definitely reduced.
Okay. We still have Angus, Stephen, and myself.
So I think for me, the issue, and I bring this up probably more often than anyone wants to hear, but it's just that when the dormers are close enough to the gable end, it reads as the pitch that the dormers are. And so this is really reading boxy to me, and I'm concerned about the west elevation, and I guess it would be the south. The north, I feel like there's good screening for, but I'm just, it would be I don't know, maybe it would help to. Did we see high poles here before? Seemed like we had a viewing. But you know, this is just, it's gotten more, it feels like it's gotten more vertical, and maybe it hasn't grown in height at all.
No,
It's
it's just a matter of it getting
the end
skinnier.
squeezing in. It also sort of help it soften the dormers. You know, right now they're reading almost flush. So those are my concerns.
You, Stephen?
I'm with Val.
In other words, you're good with it.
Yeah, I had concerns. I thought my way out of them.
Okay, Stephen, thanks. And I'm kind of like charting a similar track because at first it was feeling like it had gotten taller, but I actually don't believe has gotten taller. What's actually happened is it's gotten narrower and it's stayed the same height.
The eave lines went up technically.
Okay, but the ridge height.
Correct. Ridge height, no
Ridge height,
change.
same. And the eaves have gotten taller simply by virtue of the fact that you've kind of clipped the sides off and it's gone up. So the only remaining concern that I have at all is one that Angus just voiced is for whatever reason, your dormers on either side have gotten, wider, and I would say like fairly considerably wider. Is there some sort of rationale for why that happened? Because I, certainly prefer the less imposing dormers, given its proximity to the road.
Sure, I can answer that. I mean, yeah, that we've already sort of hemmed it in as much as possible, thinking about how a ball is going to be played off the glass and sort of lobbing through. So where that dormer cheek wall ends, as well as the shed, that's basically kind of the limit of like the run out area in terms of the way the court's laid out. So the court does extend beyond that, but the likelihood that a ball is going to land there is very, very slim.
Okay. Well, you certainly respect the 3-foot setback, right? I mean, you're probably 6 feet on either side. It's hard to tell, but that's it for me. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted due to lack of visibility.
Okay, I'm going to put that to a vote. On Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Can I just clarify about that
Yeah.
visibility?
Yeah.
Is there a contingency about the existing screenings?
Oh, I could amend.
That was part of the original approval. If that, we would just carry that, but yeah, sure.
Meaning to stay in place as existing.
I'm an aye.
okay. All right, so but that is a modified motion, just to be clear. Okay, so the motion is going to be to leave the existing screening in place, vegetative screening. And Stephen, on that modified motion?
Aye.
Thank you. Did I get you, Val?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew, your turn, 64 Hulbert. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. I'm so happy that when we made the call that I came right down and fixed it. Did you notice that?
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so this is an application to move an existing dwelling from 64 Hulbert Ave to 1 Nobodier. The intent is to keep the house intact. Obviously, we'll have to separate it at specific points, but to basically put it back exactly the way it is in this location. The house is from 1917, but we have somebody who really wants the house and they're going to use it for themselves. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. But so it's very straightforward.
Yep.
You're requesting a house move off and you've got somebody who would take the house.
Mr. Chair, you have a butter in
Uh,
the Zoom.
on Zoom. A butter, can you announce yourself?
Carolyn, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Caroline Baltzer, next door neighbor at 66 Hubbard Avenue.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to inquire. I heard about this late, having gotten my local mail just a couple of days ago about this. So I'm just wondering who was taking the house, and is it going to be in Brant Point still? I know that it's been part of the historical survey, and it's noted as significant as part of the sort of historical landscape on Brant Point. So I'm wondering if it's going to be used in a similar location and who will be using it. Yeah, I'm trying to get some more information. I've reached out to the owner just when I found out about it, but first I've heard, so. And it is a historical structure, so just especially curious. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Holly, why don't you, can you opine on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Ella Mabel Clark House. We have an updated HDC survey, which Matt included in the application. It was built by O.W. Humes, who was a builder. He also was a builder who was part of the Episcopal Church on Fair Street when that was being constructed. So of course, this is part of the history that we receive with that research when we get these updated surveys. It's an important dwelling in its current location. It's part of the Brant Point history as part of a large parcel that was once known as the Beachside, which had 25 lots. Again, I think what I'm concerned on is the COA indicates demolition or a move off. It should not be demolished, and staff recommends it to stay in situ or it's part of the Brant Point streetscape. I know one COA doesn't dictate another, but I would be curious on what the plans are for this structure, this lot, once this building is moved, because I do note there's other structures on this lot as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Holly. So I'm sure that whoever's taking it has done the due diligence in terms of it, the ability to move it. It's a large structure,
Yes,
a large structure with other buildings, as Holly points out, in the way, right?
yes. And so we've done the due diligence. They do have the ground cover. Holly did point out that there's an existing structure on the lot that this is going to that does have to be moved, but that is a subsequent application that's coming. They weren't submitted at the same time. I apologize. But that structure that would be in the way. It actually is moving to a lot across Nobodier way, but that's owned by the same person that's taking the property, taking the structure. So we will be submitting a move off and a move on for that as well.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that, because that was a comment I had. But I guess also too, the residual lot, 64 Hubbard Avenue, has other outbuildings on it. Was the intention for those to retain, or like basically what is the proposal once we take out a historic structure? Thank you.
So to answer Holly's question, as of right now, we don't have a plan for those two structures, and we don't actually have a plan for this front section of the lot right now. But like I said, there is somebody who was involved in the construction of 63 across the street and has admired the building and has a place to put it, and he's very excited about it. And so that's really why we want to get this moving, if you will. So short answer is we don't know what we're going to do those back two structures. They may very well stay where they are, but the key is to get this structure moved and everything prepped and ready for the new location if the board approves it.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Questions? Yeah.
Yeah. Matt, you just said somebody across the street wants it?
No, so the location where it's going, which is
I know where it's going. I thought I heard you say it was going across the street, so that was what was confusing.
so when we look at the move on, you'll see that there are two structures on that parcel where it's going. One of those structures has to move, and it's that address. There's a property across the street from where it's going, where that existing structure would be moving. So not on Hulbert.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the board? Shall we start into it?
I think I have a comment.
Yeah.
Why are we moving it if it's so historic to this area?
Well, that's why we're,
No, I know, I
But-
know. And I remember in the old days, they used to hold you hostage. You couldn't move anything off until you had a replacement for what was going in its place, but I guess that's not legal to do anymore. Um, I didn't realize it was that historic. I think that's my question to Ollie and everybody else, like, if it's something as part of a historic streetscape, do we just allow it because it's being moved somewhere, which is I'm so grateful that somebody wants it. It's just a question.
yeah, I think that's really the crux of this whole review. Anyone else? Opinions?
Sure, I can go.
Hang it.
Yeah, I have I have the same question too. But also, this is part of the streetscape and the fabric, and it's simplicity. It's very straightforward, two-story, box with no dormers and not, it's not complicated. And I would hate to see a replacement for this not sort of maintain a similar character to sort of give a little bit of variety in this area. And then, if it's something that is going to resemble the character and style of this, why would you get rid of something that's already there that is over 100 years old? So yeah, I think I have more questions than answers at this point.
And I want to make an observation here. Matthew, tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Angus just said it doesn't have dormers, which it does not have in the photographs. But then I'm noticing we have these elevations, but those appear to be elevations that were approved by Lyman Perry for renovations to this building that were never executed. Is that
That's correct.
fair?
Yes.
Okay, so I think in moving forward with this, what we should be doing is looking at the photographs as opposed to all the, pad drawings that, some of it's relevant, but a lot of it is not relevant to this discussion. So there we are.
Thank you for
Yeah, I can't read when it was approved, but it had to, but 91, is that what it says? 1991?
Is that expired?
I think that's
Yeah.
expired. That's expired.
Well, they can renew it.
Funny. Okay, so that was a little bit of a digression, but I felt like it had to be said. Who's next?
Yeah, Stephen's there. Mr. Chair, just so you know, Caroline's hand is raised again after everybody speaks.
Hmm.
Stephen, unmute.
Yeah, Stephen, if you're out there. No.
Yep. I want to hear, I don't want to make a decision until I hear from, town council on 43 Union Street.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah. Okay, well, a demo is not being requested at the moment.
I think we actually did list it on our application. So I think that was, the thought was from one of our team members was like, well, if they don't approve the move, then it would be a demo, but we're trying to avoid the demo, obviously. I mean, if I could add one other thing, one of the reasons, that we feel like this is a great solution is because the house will remain intact. We actually have somebody who you know, the house works perfectly for them. I initially thought that they might want to remove some of the secondary additive pieces, but they want to keep it in its entirety. And to me, that just feels better. And from a preservationist perspective, and I know that HDC doesn't have jurisdiction over the interior of the structure, but from what I understand, the interior is going to stay completely intact. It's one of the reasons the person wants it. So in some ways, I love the idea that this house will live on in its current condition, albeit in a different location, not too far, nothing's too far on the island, in a visible spot too. So, but again, this is why we're here, to get your feedback.
Yeah, yep. It's a tough one, Matthew. Should we look at where it's going?
Mr. Chair, did you want Caroline to speak again?
I guess if she's got something additional to add, but
Go ahead, Caroline.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if there were any plans for the lot after it was removed. I'm just curious what it will be replaced with. Thank you.
so maybe I should respond to that.
Yeah, I mean,
So having been down this road quite a few times on both sides, long time ago it was decided that like you shouldn't ransom the move of a house based on the design of the new house for a very simple reason, which is Matthew could come in and he could show us the cutest, most adorable house and we'd approve it. And he would get his move off. And then a month from now, you could come in with a completely different plan that we would need to review. That's just the way it goes. And so it's like, well, we decided not to build this cute one. We're going to build this other one, you know, and so it's kind of like a hopeless game. And the idea is that a move off and a move on are being approved on their own merits, as opposed to what potentially, possibly, maybe could be taking place, you know, because how many times do we approve something at this board that never gets built, you know, fairly frequently? So there's that, but again, I would kind of like to see and get some opinions, not just about the move off, but about where it's actually going.
could I also, through you, Mr. Chair, also add that, you know, one of the reasons we're here now is because someone has expressed strong interest. The owners are on board, everybody's in agreement. And I think that we would be before you fairly shortly with a new dwelling in its place. But the reason we submitted this prior to having the new is just mostly timing. So we will be before you with a new dwelling, probably within the next 3 weeks.
I do understand that, you know, if the answer is no, you can't move the building and you've invested or your clients have invested all this time and money in designing a new building based on a false assumption, that's not good. So here we are. Can we look at the other?
Sure, I could pull it up.
That would be good.
So here's the site plan, the locus. It's actually across from the airport. It's One Nobodier Way. It's right on the corner. And obviously the house that we've hatched is the one that would be moving literally across the street. And I don't know if everyone can see my cursor here. This is where this structure, we would be applying to move that across the street.
Yeah.
And the thing that I also find appealing about this is that the structure obviously is in a pretty visible location. And I love the idea that we're taking something that's from 1917 and moving it to this part of the island. Like I said, it's maintaining the existing structure in its existing condition, which I love that idea.
Am I reading this correctly? It's proposed across from the gas station?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean,
Conveniently located next to the gas station.
not okay, but I understand now.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Holly.
Oh, well, I'd be remiss if I didn't support retaining and saving historic structures. At the same time, this is a corner lot. And if you notice the one, it's kind of a piggy, we have a piggyback thing. You're gonna have to move one out of the way to move another one. And then I'm curious on how the existing 1960s cape, that's contributing as well, moving across the street, how is that going to fit on that lot when there's an existing structure there? So I feel like there's a domino effect.
We could submit that application if you wanted to see, just to kind of see how all the puzzle pieces are moving. But we should have submitted at the same time. We just staggered it. So I'm happy to show you that because I do think that that would be helpful to see how the relocated structure on this property is going to relate, but they do all fit. And again, in that regard, we're keeping that structure as well. So,
Mr. Chair, thank you, through you. My also other comment is it would be nice to know the streetscape because this structure is going to be very close to that property line if you see on Airport Road in a proximity to what the existing structure is, plus it's 2 stories tall. Again, the streetscape is changing and I think that's something to look at as well. Thank you.
we're happy to provide a streetscape. I think it's valid. And if I could add just one more thing, that one piece that sticks out is a 1-story shed. But I think Holly's point of looking at a streetscape of Airport Road, showing both properties because they're literally right across the street from each other.
You can see it in your first picture. There's the white trucks, there's Becky and Jerry's house,
Mhm.
and then it's a 1-story ranch as well.
To those points, I would make a motion to hold for more information on the first application, the move. And also on this one. I don't know how you want to do the order.
I'm gonna hold that motion just because I do want to say one thing. That is, I gotta tell you, part of the reason that I'm having, some trepidation about moving this forward or getting behind it is right now, you've got, fairly large building down in Hulbert Avenue where we're subject to all the coastal flooding stuff. And you could get all sorts of exemptions, you could raise this building by like, say, 3 feet and get, have a really large building, add on to it and be exempt from all that stuff. Whereas if the lot goes clean, and you're starting with a new structure, now, I'm doing something down in Hulbert right now and if it's built new, it would go from elevation 3, which is grade, to elevation 11, which would be
Yeah.
the first floor level. And so as new construction, I'm sure that nobody's going to want to build like a tiny little house down there, but whatever's going to be built there is new, is probably going to need to be in the neighborhood of like, 7, 8 feet
I think
out
it's
of the
closer to
ground.
7. Yeah.
7 feet, so I'm looking at this and saying, man, it would be so nice to keep this here and raise it up 2 or 3 feet, and everybody's happy, but so I felt like I wanted to just say that before we close the book on this for this evening. However, Angus has made a motion, to hold for some more information. I think you're understanding, Matthew, that none of us is like, running out to embrace this immediately.
Understood.
So,
But
Can I make one comment?
yeah, okay.
yeah, and I have a comment too.
Okay, Val,
For the potential move on 1 Nobadeer, can it slide over to I know there's a shed there, but you could move the shed over as far as you could go to the interior setback so that there's some relief on the road. I know there's the 1 story
Yeah,
on that side, which is great. Just to sort of take the burden off.
I can ask
Yep,
that
yeah.
for sure.
Thanks.
Okay, Val, thank you. Angus, back to you.
Oh, just to your point about the impact of meeting, current code and, flooding. The elevation is going to change the character, which is going to, it's more than just removing a historic house. It's, what's going to replace it and how is that going to change the streetscape and all that. And also this is moving from, on the water on a large lot to a very small lot that is, a very different neighborhood, very different character. So, just thinking about compromising character and setting and, presentation of a historic structure. So my motion is to hold for more information, which
Mr.
I
Ch-
guess could just be gathered from
I can do
the
that.
video.
Could I just add one quick thing about the elevation? So even though there are exemptions available with a historic structure, existing structure, I found that a lot of our clients are like, I don't want to be below the floodplain because it causes like,
I understand.
issues and stuff like that. So
I do get it.
I think in any case, and I think that it's true of all of Hulbert Ave, as those houses get renovated, they're all like, probably like 30 to 40% of them have been elevated to that elevation 6 or 7. So that will that will, just by nature of the floodplain elevations, that street is going to change regardless of what the situation is. So thank you for that. I just wanted to add that.
And just to go a step further, Lyman's plan, of course, didn't show any elevation of it, but like as raw bones for something that can be modified and, updated, this is not a bad way to start off. Just going to throw that in there. Anyway, we have a motion on the table, which is to hold for some more information and allow us all to cogitate on this. That was from Angus. On Angus's motion, Val.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Stephen. Angus.
Aye.
And there's Stephen, and I'm an aye too.
Is that for both applications?
Yeah, that's for
Okay.
both, Okay. I want to kind of keep these two bound together for the time being, so we get the whole package. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so 77 Hummock Pond.
Yeah, Tori's online. Tori, did you want to screen share?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
No, thank you, Kathy. If you're good with what I submitted, I'm good with it.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And hopefully all the pictures are there, the extra pictures I included. You ready, Ray?
Yep.
Okay, great. So,
You
this
call
is
me
70
Ray.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, Chairman Pohl.
There we go. Okay.
I apologize. So this is a application for a move off demo. It is, if I can zoom in on the application, I don't know if Fiona's running it. I believe it's 1961. I've tried to include as much information as possible. It's in complete disrepair. It has been for quite a while. There will be a subsequent application for a move on of a property from 189 Eel Point Road that we're moving over here that we're still configuring and laying out. In the meantime, we are applying for a move-off demo of the existing structure. And as you can see from the photos, if you haven't reviewed them already, I don't believe it's salvageable, but of course, we're trying to follow protocol. And to that, I will go to your comments.
Oh my. Yikes.
This house has been left empty for I don't know how many years.
Holy crow.
Yeah.
And vintage 1961, is that what I heard?
Yeah.
I believe, I don't remember. It's on the
Yeah,
application though.
okay, we're getting nodding heads. So, wow, oh gosh.
Everybody's going inside out.
Okay.
It definitely
What do we all
can't
think
move.
about this one? I don't think so. You
No.
could. Hmm. Wow.
It was Stojack, right? Paula Stojack?
Wow. Comments from the board.
Um, I have no concerns with eliminating this structure.
Okay, thank you. Next.
I don't also, thank you.
All right, thank you, Connie.
It's sad. I mean, I can't believe a house on Nantucket.
Yeah.
It seems like someone would have been in there taking care of it, but it appears to have gotten beyond the point of return. So
Yeah,
yeah,
agree.
I would go with it.
Okay, Stephen, anything to add?
Other than this is a demo by neglect, no.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can we move it? I mean, can we move the applicant, not the house?
Motion to approve the demo of this house due to its condition.
Very good. Okay, there's the motion. On Val's motion, Connie,
I,
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, now let's move to want to comment. Vance.
Thank you. Okay, this is looking for a fence on the perimeter of Nantucket Road. We are proposing the fence 70 feet in from the road and over 20 feet in from the property line. We're proposing a 6-foot vertical board fence, natural weather, and wrapping the corner just a slight bit. And I will defer to you for comments.
So if memory serves me, we've reviewed this before, right?
You have, and I don't know, I did watch the videos and looked at the past applications. I don't know if the prior application was succinct enough in recording that it's over 70 feet from Nantucket Road specifically. But I just wanted to point that out in this application. And we are, happy to work with you if 6 feet feels too big. I did submit a ton of pictures. There's a ton of vegetation now. I don't know if the vegetation was as grown or developed the first time they applied, but there's significant vegetation as well.
Well, can I ask you a question, Tori?
Sure.
Like, from what I see from the site plan that's bubbled in red, you are saying 70 feet, right? 70 feet off the road?
70 from the road specifically, not the perimeter of the property line. It's about, it's about,
70 feet off of Nantucket Road. See, I'm
correct.
just not seeing that.
We've done some field measurements and that's what it laid out to.
Doesn't look right.
Yeah, because this setback line, I don't want to belabor this. Everyone wants to get home, but there's no such thing as a 70-foot like side yard setback on Nantucket.
No,
And so
that's
that
not what I'm
means-
referring. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's not what I'm referring to. What I'm trying to say is the road itself, as you know, on certain roads across the island, is not always developed to the proper 40-foot wide roadway that
Yeah,
is,
I agree with that.
yeah. So there's significant footage on the road itself from the perimeter of the property. And then there's another 15 to 20 feet off the property line to the
Tori.
interior.
Tori, listen, I think given that this has already been reviewed, and as far as I can tell, there was enough pushback that they must have withdrawn it for a while. What I'm looking at right now is a blue triangle on your locus plan that identifies the lot. And it would appear from this that the lot line is right next to Nantucket Road. I'm not suggesting that what you're telling the board is untrue, but what I would like to see is some document that actually shows the actual road layout in relation to your site plan. Because right now we do not have the benefit of that.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide that.
Okay, that, I think that would put us, and I don't want to speak for the whole board, but like the fact that this was up before, everyone had concerns about it going this close to the road. Let's see where the actual road is in relation to the property line on a survey plan, and then we can review it, okay?
Happy
Is
to do
okay-
that.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, and maybe show where the pictures of the vegetation are on that plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so get us some more information so that we can get comfortable with this, because it's a big fence, it's a large extent, and it's on a very heavily trafficked road. So let's just take it one step further, okay?
Sure.
Move to hold for more information.
Okay, so Angus has just moved for more information. Perfect. On Angus's motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yep, we'll see you next time, Tori. Let's see, Ben on the shed, Starbuck. Anything?
Ben is here. He's
I am
online.
here.
All right, you're the last one, brother.
Thank you for holding out for me. I appreciate it.
Did
Yeah.
you want to screen share, Ben?
No, I don't know how to do that, so if it would be.
Okay. Okay.
So just to make this real short, because I know it's the last one. This shed got lost in the shuffle. My mistake. I didn't re-sign it up, but we got the main house approved. We have the garage structure approved, and the shed was to track with the main house, and I forgot to sign it up. So this is sort of an oddity on your agenda, but it's a simple little shed, and really nothing to really report other than it's a pretty simple little structure.
I thought it was attached.
It is by deck.
Oh, so, okay. Maybe it would be helpful to see it next to the facade of the house.
Yeah, Ben, are you hearing this?
Yeah, I mean, yep, and if I can share my screen and we can do that.
Oh, well, if you can do that, because all we're looking at is a little shed.
I know.
I
and a
know.
piece of the wall of the main house.
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, I'm gonna promote you to
So with
pan.
proximity with the deck connecting, it seems as part of the main map.
Yes.
Yep, and that's how the main house got presented to you guys. So yep, no problem at all.
Ben, I'm promoting you to panelist so you can.
All right.
Like crinkly.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
So here's where the main house sits, and then we have our connected shed right next to it. Can you see this okay?
Yes, we get it now.
Yep.
All right.
And here it is on the backside that nobody will probably ever see, but
All right. Okay, any comments?
I'll go.
Stephen?
And if I spot out, it's because my signal's spotty. I'm good with it.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else?
I can go. I would only ask that the elevations that we just saw up on the screen get added to this application, just sort of give it
Good
perspective on being attached to the building.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, I'm fine with it.
All right, next.
Motion to approve is submitted
All right. That's
with adding the elevations that Angus just mentioned, showing its attachment to the house.
okay. There's the motion. Motion to approve, showing staff the shed attached to the house in the way we just saw it on Zoom. On Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, we got some minutes, June 30th.
thank you, everybody.
Thanks, bye.
Motion to approve the minutes
Okay, let's see. Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen,
No.
okay, Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4-1. And how about motion to go home and have dinner?
So moved.
All right, on John's motion, Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Oh, it was Stephen. That was John's motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye. Good
Okay,
night,
thanks so
everybody.
much, everybody.
Night.
I didn't think we were going to cover the agenda, and we did.
We did it. Yeah.
Hooray for us. Okay.